This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming entrepreneur Reed Reisner on Tuesday filed a lawsuit against a former state legislator for allegedly jeopardizing his major business acquisition. He told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Thursday that that's a direct reference to his reported bid to buy TikTok and other business ventures. Reisner filed the defamation lawsuit against former state Senator Anthony Bouchard, a Republican from the Cheyenne area. Reisner's civil complaint alleges that Bouchard launched a, quote, concerted and well-orchestrated attack on Reisner.
Bouchard was on Facebook in 2024, according to screenshots that we've received, talking like Reisner had done some sexual misconduct while teaching drama courses at Casper College. And Reisner said, okay, I was not an instructor. I was in some sort of a student outreach program and did not do what he says I did.
Reisner's other civil claims against Bouchard are tortious interference with a contract, a reference to Reisner's business endeavors, and negligent and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray wants to know why the state isn't doing more to open export terminals for Wyoming coal, while Governor Mark Gordon says his all-of-the-above energy policy is paying off. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the ongoing rift between the Cowboy State's top elected officials was evident Thursday when both appeared separately on the Cowboy State Daily show with Jake Nichols.
The governor wants to see a West Coast port open. We were able to break some news today. Some legal wrangling in Oakland, California has swung in the direction of some developers who want to create a new coal export port right there in the bay. The governor clearly has his eye on the ball when it comes to finding a way to export this stuff. Of course, he's not without his critics. One of the guests this morning was also Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who wants to see even more boosterism behind fossil fuels. And the governor is sticking to his guns. He's saying, nope, all of the above.
The political backdrop to the dueling interviews with Gordon and Gray remains the energy industry landscape and the politics around it in Wyoming. When politicians announce they're visiting Wyoming, they usually mean they're visiting Jackson. That's where the second in line to the presidency will be later this month. Vice President J.D. Vance is the name at the top of a high-priced fundraising event in Jackson on July 29th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the announcement came as a surprise to many Jackson residents, including the chair of the Teton County Republican Party.
Jackson and Teton County are bastions of blue in one of the reddest states in the nation, but that doesn't mean that top-tier Republicans don't drop in to do some fundraising. And J.D. Vance was unexpected in Jackson. Even the Teton County Republican Party didn't know anything about the event he's attending. The thing about Teton County is that it's one of the wealthiest counties in the nation.
With one of the most powerful people in national politics attending an event in Jackson, it's destined to be a high-dollar affair, and Jackson residents have the dollars to do it. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Can Wyoming ranchers prevent grizzlies from killing their cattle? Possibly, if they go all in on Charolais cattle. That's what happened last week when a herd of Charolais on a ranch in Dutton, Montana decided that a pesky grizzly had to go. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that where most cattle might panic or run at the approach of that apex predator, this herd went on the offensive.
They're bigger, one of the heaviest breeds of domestic cattle in the world, and they have a reputation for not the greatest temperament because they are extremely protective of their calves. In this case, there was a herd that was confronted by a grizzly, and rather than running or giving ground, the only ground they gave was the ground that they gave up while they were running after the grizzly, which was running for its life when being pursued by this herd of stand-your-ground, aggressive cows. So could that be the solution to stop depredation of cattle in Wyoming? It's possible if people wanted to go all in on this particular breed.
Charolais cattle are large. They're one of the heaviest cattle breeds in the world, as a fully grown cow can weigh up to 2,600 pounds and bulls can reach 3,600 pounds. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Well, a good Friday to you. Cowboy State Daily showing a July 11. What a day we have lined up. What a show. You're going to want to buckle up, take a deep seat, screw that head on a little tighter, and nod for the gate, because we're doing more than 8. This is going to be a wild ride on this Friday. I mean, it's bound to be when you got cows attacking grizzly bears. That's the other way around. What about that tiger beetle that lives in Yellowstone in thermal pools? That doesn't make sense. We'll talk more about the tiger beetle, including the guy who's done the most research on them. Reed Reisner is suing a former legislator over posts he made on social media. Reed said that has messed his chance to buy TikTok, I think. We still don't know if there's going to be a TikTok sale. And we don't know who it is. I'd have to assume Reed is out. You heard President Trump not long ago, 2 weeks ago, said that we have a deal with the TikTok. We've got a buyer. But he didn't say who. And as far as China's concerned, that's ByteDance that owns TikTok. So they haven't tipped their hand as to whether there's somebody buying TikTok. China, the government would have to approve the deal. So, and all Trump said was they were a group of investors, a group of heavyweights, a group of whales are going to buy TikTok. Now, that could reference Reed Reisner and other investors, but I'm thinking he's not the player they're talking about if he's suing, saying that somebody ruined the deal. So he's on the outside looking in, I'd have to guess. Who is going to buy TikTok, and what's it going to be worth anymore? Because, look, I'm far from a social media genius. I use social media like everybody else, not nearly as much as your average 13-year-old. But I'm on the socials. I'm enlightened. I'm woke. Don't pull that quote out of context. But I have to think this delay in the deadline that Trump imposed on the sale of TikTok is only helping ByteDance. during this time, they are scrambling as fast as they can with all their code analysts and all the whatever China's version of Silicon Valley is. They are grinding away, trying to figure out a way to reinvent TikTok and have it available still in the U.S. So this sale, I don't know. I'm like, if you're ByteDance and President Trump says he's going to turn off TikTok in the U.S., either sell it or you're going dark. So if I own TikTok, if I'm ByteDance, I figure out, I come up with a new TikTok. I don't know. I don't know what the deadline is now, but that's in the news. In the Cowboy State Daily, Reed Reisner sues Anthony Bouchard, claiming he jeopardized the TikTok deal. So connect the dots. Reisner's out. His $47+ billion bid to buy TikTok. $50 billion is estimated what it's going to take to buy TikTok. Meanwhile, it's just a petty spat between Bouchard and Reisner. It's just lowbrow fighting between lawyers. Although Reisner's lawyered up, now Bouchard will probably have to. But whenever you take to social media to post, speaking of social media and TikTok, that is never a good idea. And these faux pas seem to happen by OGs who didn't grow up on social media. Just speculating. This all started when former state senator Anthony Bouchard, Republican, Cheyenne, posted on Facebook, for what reason, saying Reed Reisner once had an inappropriate relationship with a student while he was teaching drama in college at Casper College. Reisner responds, number one, this is not true, he said. Number two, I wasn't a teacher, I was a student. And I was doing a student work study program, but he said these posts are 1,000% false. Bouchard claims there was something. The post from Bouchard, and what motivates you other than you've got a beef with Reisner? If you're Anthony Bouchard, you're out of politics, presumably by your own choice. This is a state senator who served from 2017 to 2024, chose not to rerun after his last term, and you would think he is content to just fade from the political scene and move on to the next stage of your life. So what keeps you up at night typing on Facebook, yeah, Reed Reisner, he's just another phony, Bouchard wrote. Ask him about his student sexual abuse record when he taught drama classes. Oh. You throw stuff out there like that. I mean, a lot of people hide behind their keyboard, but that's when you're anonymous. You know, you troll some story, you make a comment, you use some fake email, fake account, whatever, and nobody can trace it back to you. But this is Bouchard's Facebook page, so we know who it is. And a lot of times these internet faux pas are done by people who didn't grow up with social, so they're not. Maybe they have a disconnect. Maybe they think what they type is not real or not being seen by anyone. But I don't know. Those two must have a history I'm not aware of. Maybe they do. I don't know. Why else would Anthony Bouchard write something like that? Calling Reisner just another phony. And why don't you ask him about his student sexual abuse record when he taught drama classes? Ooh. Covered up by his attorney, Bouchard alleges. Reisner countered, this is not true. I was a student, as many students do. I did a student work-study program. The posts are 1,000% false. There was no sexual abuse, period, ever, period. And Reisner's suing now. He believes these attacks were aimed at discrediting him because he's gay, which I didn't know, but doesn't matter, and aimed at spreading tired old tropes and disgusting lies. So outing Reed Reisner and accusing him of an inappropriate relationship in college, would that destroy your deal with TikTok? I think it's going to be a hard, heavy lift for his attorney, Bill Fix, to connect monetary damage. Reisner's got nearly $50 billion on the line, a bid of nearly $50 billion on TikTok. Now, was he harmed by these words from Bouchard? They're not nice. There might be some libel or slander, whatever it is. But did it ruin his TikTok deal? I can't think ByteDance gives a dang. What does China care whether one of the proposed suitors for TikTok, one of the proposed buyers, one of the guys is gay and he might have done something in Casper College. The CCP doesn't care. ByteDance just wants its money. If this even goes down, if really Trump has the leverage threatening that TikTok will go dark, Trump proved that we can do it. Remember, TikTok did go dark for like a day. And then he extended the deadline. So we can shut it off in the United States. U.S. users would not be able to get on TikTok. Oh, humbug. That would only destroy the lives of every teenager in America, and the rest of us would just carry on. TikTok, maybe unlike any of the other social media platforms, is purely for those under the age 20. I mean, teenagers and under. TikTok is, it's really geared toward the young. There's not too many people older than 20 using TikTok, really. Not from what I've seen. They're all young. They're all kids. So is this devastating to who? And yeah, I don't know how Bill Fix is going to prove in this lawsuit or show in this lawsuit that Reed Reisner's chance to buy TikTok was ruined by Anthony Bouchard's insensitive Facebook post. I don't think ByteDance nor China cares what Reed Reisner does or might have done. They just counting the green, man. Show me the money. Who made the highest bid? Okay, what do they got to save their brand? Worried about their brand, TikTok? They're selling, they're just going to take the highest bid, period. They don't care about the integrity and the character of those putting up the money. Hey, they rang the Liberty Bell in Cheyenne. The Liberty Bell, Wyoming was able to find its Liberty Bell, at least. That's more than Utah could do. Does every state have a replica Liberty Bell? Is that what happened during the centennial? Every state got a Liberty Bell. And some states let it fall into disrepair. Most states, I don't know of any states that, are still displaying it proudly. I forgot to do the weather. I'll do that in a minute. But Wyoming's Liberty Bell, suddenly there's an interest in all these states and their replica Liberty Bell. The original Liberty Bells in Philadelphia, right? And it had the big crack in it, and they fixed it. Is it in Philadelphia? I don't want to spread misinformation. Liberty Bell. Yeah, it's in Philadelphia. Okay. I'm never wrong. Liberty Bell replicas. I wonder if every state got a Liberty Bell replica. 57 full-size Liberty Bell replicas exist across the United States, doled out to, I would assume, every state if there's 57 of them. And there's maps showing who got them. Montana's got one. They keep it up there in, is that Billings? I can't tell from this map. I got to zoom in a little more. Montana's got theirs. Oh, it's up outside of Helena. Okay. Yeah. Montana's is in Helena. Utah's got one, I would imagine, in Salt Lake. Utah said they weren't even aware of this, that Wyoming is dusted theirs off. It was in bad shape. The wood was all rotting that it hangs from. The bell wasn't doing too good. So Wyoming put in the time and the effort to get theirs fixed up. And they had the unveiling the other day, and they invited a couple of kids from Jackson who I know. Maddie Paulson, shout out to Maddie. Maddie got to ring the bell. There's a video of her ringing it. We'll check that out a little later. So Wyoming fixed up its bell, and it rang Thursday afternoon to ring in the march toward 250 years and the state's 135th birthday coming up next year, the semi-quincentennial celebration. That's what 250 years is, semi-quincentennial celebration. And the project took 5 to 6 months restoring the Liberty Bell. It was taken to Shoshone. That's where they fixed it up. Oh, cool. They got it new wood, sandblasted the rusty frame, repainted it. According to the guy lead on the project, Cole Horton, he said the bell will last another 60, 70, 80 years now. So Wyoming has fixed up its Liberty Bell replica. What about the rest of you states? In the story from Cowboy State Daily, Utah said, what bell? I think Renee Jean probably reached out to see what other states are doing. Like, hey, Utah, are you guys fixing up your bell? What bell? And they went looking around for it. Renee said, yeah, you should have a Liberty Bell replica there somewhere. Hang on, we'll get back to you. And they did. They dug around and they found it like in the corner of some, at least they kept it. They found it in the corner of some storage room, and it was just gathering dust. That's probably needs some repair. But yeah, I expect everybody who's got a replica bell to start busting it out here in the next, as we approach the semi-quincentennial. They got one in New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington. Yeah, every state has got their replica Liberty Bell. And where it is, each bell has a number. Wyoming's is, what number do we get? And where does Wyoming's Liberty Bell replica number is 0. Well, that can't be good. Literally 0. Utah's is number 9, and it's supposedly inside the Utah State Capitol building. Yes, it was. It was in some storage locker covered up by a whole bunch of other junk. They didn't even know where it was. Liberty Bell number 3 is in Washington State. Yeah, why does Wyoming get Liberty Bell 0? That's not even a number. Texas has Liberty Bell replica number 1. Philadelphia has a replica Liberty Bell, including the actual Liberty Bell. The replica is in Allentown, Pennsylvania, if you are visiting there. Yeah, every state's got one. 57 in total, so some states may be doubled up. Yeah, and I don't know what the number signifies, but I know there's a trivia question for you. Write that down, Abby. I hope you're listening. Next week, we're going to ask you, I'm going to write this down for myself. Note to self. Ask Abby in our Thursday Ask Abby segment, Liberty Bell replica number for Wyoming. She'll never get that unless she cheats, which she's been known to do. We got to take a quick break. I'll be back. I'll get to your weather and other stuff.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Oh, this is priceless. I can't resist adding one more note to the whole Liberty Bell replica discussion. If you're just joining us, we're talking about every state received a Liberty Bell replica back in 1976 to celebrate the bicentennial, whatever it was, right? 1976, 200 years. Bicentennial. Every state received its own Liberty Bell. And states proudly displayed them. Most states put them in their state capitol building, and there's somewhere you can see them, as a tourist attraction, whatever. Some states did that for a while, and, it's been a long time since 1976. And now they've put it away in storage, like Utah. They didn't even know where theirs was. They had to look around. One last note to this story is, it's classic. You couldn't write this any better. Of all the states with their Liberty Bells that got one, only one place have they lost the Liberty Bell. They don't know where it is. Last seen April 2nd, 1979. It took them all of 3 years to lose theirs. Hasn't been seen since. Guess where the Liberty Bell replica has gone missing? The only one of the 57. It's a number, by the way. The number issued to each bell. They don't even know what number it is. They think it's number 28, or it could be number 50. The only place where the Liberty Bell replica has gone missing, Washington, D.C. Duh. They used to have it right there at 1350 Pennsylvania Avenue, proudly displayed it in front of the district building, which is now the Wilson building. And there it sat, there it stood in all its glory for 3 whole years, and now they can't find it. Oh, man, we're about to celebrate a semi-quincentennial. Everybody going to ring their bells all at the same time except for you in D.C. The feds lost theirs. Not surprised. You can't make this stuff up. And I promise I didn't, because I couldn't even have come up with a scenario like that. I don't even know what a Liberty Bell replica was. Renee Jean has a story in the Cowboy State Daily about how the replica Liberty Bell rings again in Cheyenne, Wyoming, after it was restored. Need a lot of work. I mean, after all, it's been a while. But it's all fixed up, ready to go. It looks beautiful. I got a video. I got photos in the story. You got a video watching Maddie Paulson ring the bell. And she's scared when it dongs. Let's watch this while we're here. While I'm thinking of it. This is Maddie, for those of you who are watching along, otherwise you'll just have to hear it. Maddie and her friend, and Maddie jumps back when the bell rings. Like, it scared her how loud it was. That's Grace Vetter and Maddie Paulson ringing the Liberty Bell in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Cool. Let's do weather. I need some of my good. Oh, that's a little too mellow. Oh, that's good weather. Okay. Casper, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, breezy, 72. So there's the cool down. We were 20 degrees warmer than that yesterday in Casper. Big cool down. Slight chance of rain in Riverton as well with a high 78. Evanston, sunny, 81. That cool down not affecting the southern part of the state as much. Sunny in Green River, 84. Pinedale, slight chance of rain, maybe around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, 76, mostly sunny. Sunny in Alpine, 83. DuBois, slight chance of rain after 11 in the morning. The high today in DuBois, only 67. Jackson, slight chance of rain after 2. Otherwise, sunny, 79. Thermopolis, you'll top out around 74 with a chance of rain probably mid-afternoon. Cody, slight chance of rain, sunny, 72. Buffalo, chance of rain after 10 a.m. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy. High 66. Sheridan, rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, sunny, 74. Chance of rain in Gillette as well. Let's do the Ranchester forecast because there is a big old get-together outside of Ranchester today that we got to talk about. Some dignitaries will be there. We'll talk about the Brook Mine. Is that the name of it? Ramaco's Rare Earth Mine. This is a big deal. Big ribbon cutting today. And that'll take place right outside of Ranchester. And all the people that are people are going to be there, including Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. We'll talk with her later today, including your senators, Lummis and Barrasso, including the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. The governor will be there. We talked to him yesterday. More than 200 expected to gather for the ribbon cutting of the first rare earth mine in, I think, the U.S. in like 7 decades. Like, this is a big deal. Definitely a big deal for Wyoming. Unfortunately, the weather might be a shower in there somewhere. Hopefully, Don Day can keep the rain off them long enough to cut the ribbon. Otherwise, 73, chance of rain, gradually becoming sunny today in Ranchester, where all that's going on. Gillette, chance of rain, partly sunny, breezy, 69 the high in Gillette. That's significantly different than it was yesterday. Big cool down in Gillette. Torrington, chance of rain, right around 3 in the afternoon. Clouds on the increase, 83 the high. Cheyenne, you'll hit a high of 78 with rain likely in the afternoon. Clouds increasing as the day progresses. 76, rain in Laramie. Rawlins, chance of rain around 3, otherwise sunny, 80. And that's your weather forecast as we take you around the state. Yeah, let's talk about that big mine opening, ribbon cutting deal. What did I do with that story? Dang it. I might have lost it. I think it was in the Cowboy State Daily yesterday, but it continues to be news. We got the gravel mine that just won't go away in Casper. Did you hear that? Cowboy State Daily had the story yesterday. Prism Logistics wants their gravel mine leases renewed. It was denied by the state land board. Practically nobody in Casper wants to live next to a gravel mine. I don't blame you. But the fact is, you need the gravel. I mean, what they do, what they produce, you need. Same thing with wind turbines and solar. Not to say that you should commit to that source of energy, but the fact is, if wind power is viable, if it truly is sustainable, free energy, I mean, the wind blows for free in Wyoming. And if you can harness the wind and turn that into energy, it sounds like magic, right? If that does work, you got the one problem, big problem is nobody wants to see the wind turbine. Nobody wants to live next to it. So you got to put these things out in the middle of nowhere or you're going to run up against disenfranchised Wyomingites Same thing with a gravel mine. You probably want, someday you may need rocks, gravel, whatever. There's the need for it. That's why there's gravel mines. But man, you don't want to live next to one. They're loud, dusty. They don't do much for property value. So the state land board denied renewing the leases for Prism Logistics. Prism Logistics manager Kyle True said yesterday he's not done fighting. He petitioned the Natrona County District Court on Monday of this week for a judicial review of the Wyoming Board of Land Commissioners' decision. I don't know what that means. He wants the judge to look at how they voted. They being the 5 heads of state: Governor Gordon, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, Treasurer Kurt Meyer, and State Auditor Christy Racines. Christy was on the show long ago. We've only had her one time. I want to get her back on the show. She's fun. She's interesting. We don't know enough about Christy Racines and what she does. I'm going to get her back on here. I saw a picture of her the other day. She's got hair she got a lot of hair. She must be hot in the summer. Word will get back to Racines. Did you hear what Jake was saying about you? Said you got a lot of hair. She does have thick, long mane. That's got to be hot in the summer. Where was I? Oh yeah, the gravel mine. And so the big ribbon cutting, that's what I want to talk about. Where the heck did I do with that story? Well, just suffice to say, it's a big deal. There's going to be tons of people there. 200 plus on hand right outside of Ranchester. New mine. It's Brook Mine. The Brook Mine ribbon cutting. Ramaco, the nation's first rare earth mine in 7 decades. It's a rare earth and combined with a coal mine. It's kind of an interesting, this has probably never been done, but it's pulling rare earths. And you and I both don't know what rare earths are, but apparently we need them. Everything we do today needs a rare earth. I know some of the elements we're looking for are used in super strong magnets, which we need. You need rare earths. And right now, as it exists, only China has been mining rare earths, and only China knows how to process them, and China has a stranglehold on rare earths. So we're just an unfortunate consumer, but we can do our own. And here's the beginning of Wyoming striking out for U.S. independence, domestic production of rare earths, and processing of rare earths. So, yeah, it's a big deal. It's exciting, and it's happening today. The ribbon cutting for Ramaco's Brook Mine up there outside of Ranchester. Might rain on you a little bit, but that shouldn't dampen anybody's spirits. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Stories we're following this morning. A little bit of fallout from yesterday's show. We had Secretary of State Chuck Gray on, and we had the Governor Mark Gordon on. Chuck Gray was on to talk specifically about his pleasure over Trump saying no more subsidies for wind and solar. If these energy ideas are viable, they have to stand on their own. They're not going to be propped up by taxpayer money. I don't mind that. I don't think any particular source of energy should be given a special leg up over another, especially when Wyoming's sitting on the legacy energy products, oil, gas, coal. They've sort of sat on the sidelines while the whole woke nation went green, and we're going to harness the wind, and we're going to make the sun power everything. Governor Gordon said, hey, nothing's off the table. If it makes energy, we're all for it. We're an energy state. Governor Gordon said all of the above energy platform. If a wind project looks good to him, he may give it a stamp of approval. If solar looks appropriate for this area, he's for it. Nuclear, sure. Coal, oil, gas, you bet. Governor Gordon's all about that. Whatever works for the state. We make energy in Wyoming. But Secretary of State Chuck Gray came on and he called wind and solar a, quote, woke clown show. So there's the divide. You got one guy, Chuck Gray, doesn't think wind and solar, he doesn't think much of them at all. Governor Gordon doesn't want to discount any viable energy platform. Does wind work? I would like to see some hard numbers. Who can we ask that would know? Like, every energy source has its potential problems. Coal has the potential to pollute and the carbon emissions. And we're learning better how to harness that and rein that in. But coal can be dirty, even though the Cowboy State has the cleanest coal in the world. Oil has its problems when you're drilling for oil. Fracking, does it cause earthquakes? Fracking, does it hurt the water table? And oil is supposedly a finite source. I remember like 50 years ago, they said we'd run out of oil. We'd suck the planet dry of oil by the year 2030. Doesn't seem to be any shortage of oil. But every way to derive power has its problems. Nuclear, what if there's a meltdown? Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island. Every energy source has its negative side if you're doing the pros and cons. And the pros for wind and solar are it's quote unquote free energy. Doesn't cost anything to make the sun shine. It's going to do that. Except in Buffalo, apparently, where it never shines. I'm just seeing if the wife is up yet. And wind, oh my goodness. Is there ever a state better suited to make energy out of wind? But do those green energy, sustainable sources of energy actually work? What are the numbers? Like, if we pull a barrel of oil out of the ground, we can pretty much know what that 55-gallon drum of oil can do. It can be refined, and it can go into your pickup truck, and it can drive you this far. What? Coal, if you burn it, can make this much electricity and power the town the size of Rock Spring. What about the wind? What about wind turbines? What does one wind turbine produce? How much could it power? A house? 10 houses? A half a town? I don't know. I would like to know. And then there's the infrastructure. How do you get the power from the wind turbine to your living room or get it to, the power company? We need a lot more infrastructure to get that power somewhere. Right now, basically, I think we take all the power from our wind turbines and sell it to California. We got deals in place because California needs X amount of sustainable energy according to their own state statutes and standards. But I want to know how much a field of wind turbines produces. And if it's pitifully small, if you need like hundreds or thousands of these things to provide power at what could be a good return on investment, then maybe wind's not worth it. Because you don't want to see these things everywhere. Maybe 10, 15 of them in a wind alley somewhere where nobody has to look at it. You drive by on the highway, you see them for a second, and then they're gone. But if they don't produce a whole lot of power, then you start wondering if it's worth it. And when the government under the Biden administration steps up and says, we're going to help you build wind turbines. We're going to give you taxpayer money to help you get your wind turbines up there. Then you got to wonder, why is that? Because it doesn't work real well and it needs that support. It's not going to have that support anymore. President Trump just made an executive order that says no more subsidies for wind and solar if these energy platforms truly work. And if this is a direction we want to go as a country, then they need to work. They need to make sense. They need to produce power, produce energy, or we won't see them. Let them live and die in the open market. That's fair. Yeah, so, when Secretary of State Gray says wind and solar is a woke clown show, is he saying that because they don't work without the subsidies, that they don't produce enough? Or is he saying that because he is Secretary of State in a state where we're watching oil sit in the ground, gas sitting there in the ground, and coal being unmined? Is that the motivation, calling wind and solar a woke clown show? I don't know. Why is it a clown show? Does it work? That's the question I think we all need to answer. Does wind work? Does one turbine make enough power that we can say, you know what, that's pretty good. That one turbine, we hate to look at it, makes a funny buzzing sound if you had to live next to it. And then when the blades crap out, which is, what do they have, like a 5-year expectancy, and then we have no alternative but to bury them in the ground. And meanwhile, they're chopping up a whole bunch of raptors. The golden eagles are getting massacred. Is it worth it? All those negatives, because every energy source has a negative. Is it worth it for wind? Ask your average eagle. Yeah, I don't know, but good story from David Madison on basically riffing off the appearances of both Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray. They were on the show yesterday. Both talked energy. And, there's probably a lot of common ground there, but they differ on wind and solar. Chuck Gray says, no way, no how, not ever. Joke, clown show. Mark Gordon says, hey, I'm not discounting any viable energy source. And that's the gist of that story. Although there is some good news here. Secretary of State Chuck Gray accused the governor of somehow supporting an idea of getting our coal to the Gulf of America. Although the governor has, I never heard him say that. He didn't say that yesterday on the show. He talked West Coast, left coast. That's the only reasonable alternative that makes it financially viable, is to ship that coal to the West Coast. The problem is nobody in California wants to see our coal. Well, there's been a California Court of Appeals rejected the city of Oakland's appeal last month. 57-page opinion issued by Judge James Richmond, which will, it looks like in theory, open the way for Wyoming to establish the Oakland Bulk and Oversized Terminal, the OBOT. And that could be good news. That could open up coal exports from the Cowboy State to Asia. That's huge. And if you can get this coal to California and get it shipped out of Oakland, that's game changer. Game changer. And some good news, late breaking news on that. That'd be a positive thing for Wyoming. When we come back after top of the hour break, we'll talk about these bad cows, man. The Charolais cattle are big and they have a little bit of an attitude. Although some people say, no, they're not grumpy. They're not mean. They're not as docile as most of your other cattle breeds. Charolais are big and they do have an attitude. I mean, just look what happened. Andrew Rossi's story about Charolais cattle, a herd of them running off a grizzly bear. Grizzly's like, I want no part of these guys. Yeah, we'll talk about that cattle breed that's, they're big and they're bad. And they're here to stay, running off grizzly bears. Top of the hour news break is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Thanks for spending your finally Friday with us. It's the weekend.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A Crook County prosecutor this week filed 4 more charges against a Moorcroft man accused of touching little girls sexually during church services. This is after 2 more alleged victims have come forward. 64-year-old Charles Massey pleaded not guilty Thursday in Gillette to the total of 9 charges he now faces. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
The new charges stem from new allegations where the investigator basically found 2 more girls. He was hearing that other families were victimized, and he found these girls, and they couldn't get in for forensic interviews until June. And they're describing him allegedly touching the one, him allegedly kissing the other in a very non-platonic way.
Massey originally faced up to 81 years in prison, but now could get up to 156 if convicted on all charges. While Wyoming has remained relatively quiet on the coal seam fire front so far this summer, the same can't be said for just across the border in Montana. There, temperatures are soaring past 100 degrees and vegetation is drying into tinder, creating the perfect environment for smoldering underground coal to become raging wildfires. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the thermal imaging drone last month identified 107 new burning coal seams.
A coal seam is a place where coal is literally popping up above the ground or just beneath the surface. The conditions haven't gotten to the point where in Wyoming, those smoldering coal seams, which can be at 3,000 degrees, like a steel forge, those have not ignited any wildfires yet. But they have over the 4th of July. In fact, on the 4th of July in Powder River County in Montana, they had a 5-acre fire break out. All those coal seam fires that are burning, it's like they're unattended campfires out there.
There are dozens of underground seams of coal in northeast Wyoming which can smolder for years before something kicks them up to the surface. Wyoming rang its newly restored replica Liberty Bell and unveiled an amped-up tour of the restored state capitol on Thursday. It was all part of the kickoff to the nation's 250th anniversary next year and the 135th for Wyoming statehood. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean was there.
The Capitol, they did the restoration project a little while ago, but along with it, they have created this revamped, kind of souped up tour that really shows the history of Wyoming and the state capitol. And there are just all kinds of these cool Easter eggs on the tour. The other part of the story, Wendy, is today, for the first time in a long, long time, they rang Wyoming's Liberty Bell. And this was part of a kickoff for the nation's 250th anniversary. But it's also the birthday of Wyoming, 135th birthday for Wyoming.
While the main thrust of the Capitol restoration was life and safety, as well as a better, more efficient space, the attention to historic details in the restoration could be a boon for tourism. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
A Wyoming legislative committee voted Wednesday to have one of the governor's agencies scrutinize the legislative branch's staffers and researchers. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports not before state senators argued at length about whether that violates the separation of powers.
The Management Audit Committee has this lawful authority to direct its staff to audit executive branch agencies. And Senator Darren Smith on Wednesday was like, we're going to flip this script and we're going to have the Department of Audit, which is under the executive branch, scrutinize our staffers, give our staffers a grade, right? How they're doing performance-wise. And Chris Rothfuss was like, whoa, that's an inversion of the law. And also I'm worried about separation of powers. Why does the governor get to come and root around in the legislative branch and give us a grade on how we're doing?
With some minor quirks addressing constitutional and statutory concerns, Smith's motion passed on a 9-2 vote, with the committee's only 2 Democratic members voting against it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Let's get back to it. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Joining us, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Oh, I love when you're on. It's always extra treat.
How are you this morning?
I'm good, thank you. I'm guessing you're in the Manchester area.
I am. I'm up in Sheridan right now. We arrived last evening, and I'm looking forward to the wonderful festivities today.
We're going to talk about that. Well, let's dig right in. I mean, this is big. I mean, this is historic. The Brook Mine, Ramaco's Brook Mine ribbon cutting. This is a unique mine. It's first off, it's the nation's first rare earth endeavor in many decades. And the technology, you and I don't know if have the mining experience or expertise, but this is an opportunity to extract rare earths out of soft coal. And I don't know if anybody's doing that, but this is big. This is America's first big step toward telling China, hey, we got rare earths too, and we can get them and we can process them.
It is a huge step in that direction. It's very interesting. I got up early this morning and I was watching the news. And Fox News is here as well, and they did a segment on the mine and the opening today. So this is obviously national news. I'm sure that China is paying a lot of attention because this does give us the opportunity to be independent from their mining and their operations and their ability to control what we can do. You know, just to give you a couple of facts, I did a podcast yesterday specifically related to our ability to develop rare earths here in the United States. And this particular facility is going to begin their large-scale mining. They began their large-scale mining in June. They're going to begin construction of their processing facility this fall. Their initial production is expected in 2026. Their large scale will go into production at the end of 2028. And they interviewed the gentleman from Ramaco today on Fox News. This particular facility has as much as 1.7 million tons of rare earth elements. He said we use about 2,000, I believe, a year, 2,000 tons a year. So obviously, this is enough to provide at least the elements that are found in this particular mine to provide sufficient product for the United States for decades and decades to come.
We're probably using a whole bunch of rare earths right now. We don't even know it just to make this interview happen. We're talking to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. And on a related note, let's pivot a little and talk about speed because I want to know how fast we can get things like this mine or other or the Upton processing facility. How fast can we get them from idea space to on the ground? Small projects, expedited execution and delivery. It's SPEED Act. And that could cut a whole bunch of that red tape, that bureaucratic red tape, right? Do you like this?
That is exactly right. And that's why we have introduced the SPEED Act to actually further these kinds of projects much more quickly. So it is to cut through the red tape. It doesn't short circuit any of the environmental regulations or laws that are in place, but it allows the agencies to process these applications more quickly. Now, a lot of that relates to infrastructure such as highways and things like that, highways and bridges. But even for this, as I said, they're beginning construction of the processing facility this fall, and initial production is expected in 2026 with large-scale production in 2028. Now, you think, okay, well, that's still a couple of years out. That is going to go so fast. I mean, it really is, and it's pretty exciting that the first project is in the state of Wyoming. We have the Halleck Creek operation near Wheatland, and as you just mentioned, we have the facility up in Upton, which I just went and visited about a month ago. I'm very excited that Wyoming is at the forefront of this particular space in terms of development and production of rare earth minerals. I think that it sets Wyoming for a really bright future in terms of being able to produce these resources that we need.
Congresswoman, I got to ask you, the last time we talked and then now, in between that time, we had the big, beautiful bill. We had the proposal by the good senator from Utah to sell off federal public land. It met with extreme opposition, real groundswell opposition. And we did not hear from our Wyoming delegation from the senators. Now, I'll credit you. You did have a response. You said, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of panic. We're not selling off the Bridger Teton National Forest. These are small BLM parcels. But, there was just very little from, like our Wyoming delegates hearing us. We don't want this. Wrap it up for us. What did you want to see this come out of the bill finally, or what?
Well, it was Mike Lee. Mike Lee was the one who had come up with this idea. It did not come through the House. I didn't vote on it. I wasn't involved with drafting it. But the idea was to designate, for the Secretary of Interior to designate very isolated, very specific parcels, primarily around urban areas, so that we could, BLM land, that was specific to BLM land, in terms of the last draft that I saw, and it was specific to provide for affordable housing. And so I'll give two examples. And I wrote an editorial in Cowboy State Daily about this. I did quite a few different interviews. There was such an enormous amount of misinformation, which is incredibly unfortunate because in a state like Wyoming, with 48% of our surface estate being owned by the feds, and a state like Utah with 65%, and a state like Nevada with 80%, we're going to have to address the situation and the problems caused by the fact that we are so landlocked. So again, I was just watching the news this morning, and Charlie Kirk was talking about how these new generations, the younger generations, are not able to afford housing. We don't have sufficient housing. There's a shortage in the Western United States of about 2.8 million units of housing for people to live in. That is a crisis for some of our communities. So Kemmerer is an example. Kemmerer is landlocked by BLM lands, yet we know there's a lot going on down there with the TerraPower nuclear plant, all these things. People are commuting all the way from Evanston and even further to go to work there every day. So what this bill would have done is allow the Department of Interior and the local community to identify specific parcels where they might be able to sell the land and develop those for housing right there in Kemmerer. They were looking at lands that were contiguous to existing urban areas, to existing infrastructure. That's what would have been targeted. Another example is Las Vegas. So when you drive through Las Vegas, you see a lot of empty lots out there. And I didn't realize this until a couple of months ago. But a lot of those lots are actually owned by the BLM because that's how Las Vegas grew up. You see the same thing in Reno and some of the other large cities in the Western United States. Well, the BLM doesn't want those lands. Nobody's out there hunting and fishing and camping on those lands. In Las Vegas, it's blow dirt and homeless encampments is what you see. What this bill would have done is expedite the process so that those lands could have been sold for development purposes in Las Vegas. One, that helps to develop additional housing. And number two, that would have brought additional money into the U.S. Treasury. We're $37 trillion in debt. So there was all this misinformation. There were maps out there that were totally false, had nothing to do with this bill. They talked about selling off the bighorns. And I'm like, why would anybody do that? That would be the dumbest idea in the world. Nobody is advocating for that. But this just, I think, demonstrates the way that misinformation can be spread across the globe. Before, who was it that said that before truth can get its pants on? It was pretty crazy, the misinformation out there, and I think intentionally so. I'm going to criticize organizations like the Wilderness Society for putting out a lot of misinformation on Mike Lee's ideas.
Yeah, and it caused us all to get a little panicky. Yeah, and we running off without our truth pants on. Let's talk about the Roadless Rule Act. U.S. Department of Agriculture repealed that. That's good news for Wyoming.
They're in the process of repealing it, and it's very good news for Wyoming. The roadless rule was adopted by Bill Clinton on his way out of office in January of 2001. And what it did is it denied access, management, and use to 58.5 million acres of National Forest Service lands, including 3.2 million acres in the state of Wyoming. I actually was hired by the state of Wyoming as a special assistant attorney general to sue, and I did, and we ultimately prevailed in a lawsuit and received, oddly enough, a nationwide injunction against the roadless rule. The Bush administration came in and they said, "Don't worry, we're going to repeal the roadless rule. Vacate this decision, and we'll go on and we'll fix all of this." And then they never did. And so we've been stuck with this catastrophic regulation that has really hindered our ability to properly manage our national forests. And I think the Bighorn is a really good example of this. They had that horrible fire last year. It burned hundreds of thousands of acres. Well, I had met with the forest, the chief forester here in Sheridan, in this area. And if the roadless rule had not been in effect, they could have done a much better job of managing that resource and reducing the nature of those catastrophic forest fires, as well as the pine beetle outbreak. So the roadless rule is really responsible for a lot of the problems that we have faced in the interior West with these horrific forest fires and the insect infestations. It should never have gone into effect. It violated the 1976 FLPMA, it violated the Wilderness Act, and they violated NEPA. It never should have been effective, yet here we are. It's time to repeal it so we can properly manage this incredibly valuable resource.
Congresswoman Harriet Hageman on the show. She was a yay vote on the big, beautiful bill. Take us onto the floor and what that was like. It wasn't nearly as maybe wild as the Senate. The Senate, you had like a semi-filibuster 8-hour speech in the middle of the night. Like, I don't.
Well, that was in the House. That was what they did in the
House.
Yes, so that was Hakeem Jeffries.
Did you fall asleep?
Well, I slept through parts of it, but so did the Democrats sitting behind him. Yeah. So we all could relate, right? It was funny. So we finished, we came in there, they called us in to vote, and then we went through the debate. And so I watched a lot of that. And then I went back to my office early in the morning, and I laid down probably at 1:30 in the morning on the couch. And I set my alarm for 5. I woke up a little bit before 4, got up, continued watching some of the debate, and then he came on for his, quote, magic minute, and he started talking around 5 o'clock in the morning and went until after about 1:45, I think it was, and he had a lot to say, not necessarily about the bill, but a lot of, again, misinformation about what the bill is going to do. Some of the things that people have been concerned about are like Medicaid reform. But in terms of Medicaid, really what it does is it focuses on the able-bodied adults without dependent children. And it's going to require that they work, go to school, or volunteer 80 hours a month. So a part-time job in order to be able to get Medicaid. I don't think that that's unreasonable. I think it's very positive. We need to advocate for work. People need to be a part of our community. People need to know that they are a necessary part of our society, and work does that for people. So we're not throwing people off Medicaid. We didn't take people's Medicare away or Social Security, but we did do some great reforms for the state of Wyoming, especially in the energy space.
Well, the work for now done in D.C., although it's never done, so you can get back to the town halls. I think you're, like 2/3 of the way through visiting every county.
Yes, I am. I believe that I finished the rest of my town halls by the end of July, perhaps early August. I can't tell you off the top of my head when they are. I leave again Sunday. I go back to DC on Sunday, and we're in session again next week. So we've got several different things going on, hearings, as well as voting on some important bills. But then I will be coming home, and I know I will be here for part of the August recess as well. But yes, we're going to try to finish up those town halls. They've been interesting this year. I will put it that way. They've been interesting. People have been engaged, sometimes very inappropriately so. And I'm not trying to be critical of people who engage with me, but I think that we have to have civility in the way that we interact with each other. And I think that there's such angst and such anger on the other side that the only thing that they can think to do is come to things like town halls and scream and swear and yell at me. It's not a productive engagement. I'm happy to talk to people about the issues, just like with the Mike Lee proposed amendment on the BLM lands. I'm happy to debate the policy of what Mike Lee was proposing. What I ended up debating was a lot of misinformation that had nothing to do with Mike Lee's bill. So again, I can debate and discuss, and I can learn, and I can potentially change my mind on when people come forward and engage in a legitimate and way on issues that we're dealing with. But some of the town halls have been fantastic. Others have been a bit more disruptive. But it's part of the process, I guess. It's just the way that we are right now in terms of society. But I am looking forward to finishing my town halls and engaging with the public.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's the political, way we do things in the nation. It's too bad Wyoming's got sucked into that. We're just, there's no constructive dialogue. How about Trump's executive order? One last thing. Wyoming's legacy energy products have just sat on the sidelines while we watch wind and solar get subsidies and taxpayer money. If this energy works, it's got to work on its own. Are you positive about this?
I am so excited about where we are in terms of oil and gas and coal. What people are finally recognizing, and I refer to it this way, I want to be a champion of abundance rather than a lord of scarcity. And for the last 25 years, there's been a real push, not only in the United States, but internationally, to try to almost punish people when it comes to energy and food development. And production. And I don't believe in that. I don't believe that that's the purpose of government. Throughout history, tyrants and dictators and despots have used food and energy to control the masses. And we've seen that with this whole hysteria surrounding climate change and global warming. And you look at what's happening in Europe, and they are literally deindustrializing as they go headlong into this really crazy idea of carbon neutral or carbon negative. We don't want to go that way. We can't go that way. The human suffering is just going to be absolutely off the charts. Energy is affordable and reliable energy is what makes our lives better. It's increased life expectancy, decreased infant mortality rate. I mean, by every single metric, we are better off today than we were 100 years ago because of what we produce in terms of energy. And as I said earlier in the program, Wyoming is at the absolute forefront of that, and we will be for decades. It's such an exciting time to be in Congress, to be involved in these policy issues, to represent the state of Wyoming. I mean, the honor of representing the state of Wyoming and being part of these efforts to advance the human condition is just really an incredibly an incredible opportunity. And again, such an honor to be a part of this for Wyoming. So yeah, what Donald Trump has been doing, what we are doing in terms of unleashing our legacy industries and making sure that people's lives are better, it's really an exciting time.
I'm glad you have such an energetic, positive outlook after 940 pages of the bill and all-night sessions. Man, you're still ready to go.
Oh, yes.
Enjoy the Ramaco Brook Mine ribbon cutting today. It's truly a historic event. We'll look for the photos.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for coming on, Congresswoman. I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
It's going to rain a little bit today, Don Day said, so.
I won't melt.
All right. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman on the show. Cowboys Stay Daily. Let's, in fact, go right to Don Day and see if he can hold off the rain. Oops, Don, I accidentally knocked you right off the... Darn it. I was trying to exit the Congresswoman. I exited our weather guy. Don, come back. I hope he's listening and watching. He's got to be. Don, come back. He does have a little bit of rain forecast for the Ranchester area where they're doing the Brook Mine ribbon cutting. Congresswoman Hagan will be there. U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Is that his name? Chris Wright. He'll be there. Senators Brassel, Lummis, Governor Gordon. Everybody who's anybody. Except for maybe Don Day. Don, I didn't mean to knock you out. Darn it. I'll play a quick commercial break and I'll find Don. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
All right, we're back to the show, Cowboy State Daily. It's Don Day. Don, sorry I kicked you out of the Zoom room. Once I told Congresswoman Harriet Hageman that it might rain in Ranchester, by congressional order, she said, remove Don Day from the Zoom room. So, I mean, that came from D.C.
Well, what can I say?
I'm
a pariah.
You're not going to rain in Ranchester, are you? They're having a big ribbon cutting for the Brook Mine up there.
Well, no one will complain that it's hot.
Oh.
See, that's the thing about the weather. So if it was sunny and warm, it's too hot to come stand outside. Now it's too cool and wet. It's a national pastime to complain about the weather.
It'll be comfortable. Markedly different temps today than we saw yesterday. Casper, Gillette is, I don't know if you're going to see 70, DuBois 60s. I mean, yeah, cooler.
definitely cooler, but it's temporary. Temperatures are going to bounce right back up over the weekend. In fact, on Sunday, it's going to be getting pretty warm in many areas. But this front is going to make it cooler, and we will see an active afternoon and evening of thunderstorms in the east and southeast with this front. But the rest of the state, for most part, after the front gets through this morning, won't see much weather. Then the weekend for most of the state, not all of it, is going to be very quiet. Actually going to be pretty nice. It's going to be warm. Dry air comes in behind this front. I really don't expect many thunderstorms. The exception will be down near the Colorado border. And even then, I don't expect a lot of them, at least for tomorrow, just a few on Sunday. So all in all, Jake, it's going to be a nice weekend.
Now, where are we as far as a La Nina or a Santa Maria or a Pinta or any of the other boats Columbus brought over here? Is it, what is it?
We're in what we call neutral. We're neither.
Oh.
The Pacific has warmed up from where it was when it was colder. Colder is La Nina. And La Nina is when La Nina is in place and the tropical Pacific is colder. That's when Wyoming really gets dry. Right now, we're in between phases. And so we're in what we call neutral. Now, as we get into fall and winter, we'll be following it a lot more closely for sure.
So what does that mean for monsoonal moisture? More moisture, less, or we can't tell?
Well, the monsoon definitely is affected by sea surface temperature anomalies, not so much by La Nina or El Nino, but as we know, as we've witnessed, anybody following the news, with the Texas floods and the flooding in New Mexico, the monsoon has been much stronger and deeper this year than the last couple of years. And we experience the monsoon here in surges. It doesn't come in and stay. It kind of comes when the weather pattern allows it. But when we get these fronts like this, when winds aloft come out of Canada, well, you're not going to get subtropical moisture to come in out of Canada. So basically it beats down that subtropical moisture, and we have to wait for that pattern to return, which is going to be about a week from today, where we start to see that subtropical moisture come up. What we'll be talking about next week is another cold front coming in on Tuesday and Wednesday, and that's going to be a strong one.
All right. We'll see if we can get an executive order, have you reinstated. I'll ask.
No, I'm not going to be here Monday, so unless I'm reinstated. In fact, I don't even know why I'm here if I got banished. But the government, they're a little slow.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thanks for the weather.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast is Don Day. We got, what else we got coming? Andrew Rossi will be with us here in a little bit. Andrew's got some interesting stories, including the one about these big, bad, bully cows, the Charolais cattle, this happened up in Montana on the DeBrucker Charolais Ranch up there in Dutton, Montana. You may have heard of Dutton. The Duttons. But when last week a herd of Charolais cattle, that's a French breed that dates way back to, the Roman Empire. And Charolais are known for two things. One, they pack a lot of beef. You can get a lot of steaks out of one cow. They're big. They're heavy. They're also known for their temperament, which is, let's just say, not docile. Let's just say you might not want to have your stock dogs running around the Charolais. They're tough. They're tough, and they the maternal instinct in the mama cows very strong. If you're going to brand calves. You better make sure mama's secured in the other pen. Charolais, big time maternal instinct from the mother cows. The quote from one of the dudes that works with them up there in Montana: the mothers are super protective. When we're calving, I don't take my dogs out with me because the cows are much too protective. You can convince some other cow to respect the dogs, but it's really not safe for them to be around during calving and sometimes for months after. So even if Charolais cattle are tolerant of your stock dog running around, all bets are off when mama's taking care of her calves. Yeah, they're tough. I mean, as evidenced by the fact that last week a herd of Charolais cattle was seen running off a grizzly bear that was poking around, thinking about which cow he might like to eat. And he went from licking his chops to scampering out of there. These cattle ran that grizzly bear right off. Kessler Martin is DeBrucker's nephew, where they have this ranch. He wrote posted on social media, Charolais tough. That bear didn't stand a chance. Most cattlemen point to the Charolais being a little bit aggressive or pugnacious. Some say that's undeserved. Some say it's just the fact that they're so big and the mamas take care of their calves at all costs. Sometimes they get a bad rep, but other cattlemen do agree that, yeah, the Charolais cattle are not for the beginner cowman. If you're thinking about starting your cattle ranch, don't expect to be roping and throwing Charolais cattle. They're huge. The bulls can weigh up to 3,600 pounds, a little bit more aggressive than most other breeds. Here's Andrew Rossi talking about it in a pre-recorded fashion with Wendy. He'll be here live in just a moment.
Can Wyoming ranchers prevent grizzlies from killing their cattle? Possibly, if they go all in on Charolais cattle. That's what happened last week when a herd of Charolais cattle on a ranch in Dutton, Montana decided that a pesky grizzly had to go. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that where most cattle might panic or run at the approach of the apex predator, this herd went on the offensive.
They're bigger, one of the heaviest breeds of domestic cattle in the world, and they have a reputation for not the greatest temperament because they are extremely protective of their calves. In this case, there was a herd that was confronted by a grizzly, and rather than running or giving ground, the only ground they gave was the ground that they gave up while they were running after the grizzly, which was running for its life when being pursued by this herd of stand your ground, aggressive cows. So could that be the solution to stop depredation of cattle in Wyoming? It's possible if people wanted to go all in on this particular breed.
Charolais cattle are large. They are one of the heaviest cattle breeds in the world, as a fully grown cow can weigh up to 2,600 pounds and bulls can reach 3,600 pounds.
Yeah, don't mess with the Charolais. Andrew Rossi has that story about the Charolais cattle running off a grizzly bear up there in Montana. He also has a story giving us a heads up that Vice President J.D. Vance will be in Wyoming in another couple of weeks here. He'll attend the fundraiser in Shangri-La. Tony Jackson, yeah, he'll be in Jackson on July 29th to attend a fundraiser for the Republican National Committee. When asked for a comment, Catherine Ruckert, chair of the Teton County Republican Party, said that it came as a surprise to her that J.D. Vance was coming to town. She didn't even know about it. She had to read about it in the news like everybody else. New York Times is reporting that VP J.D. Vance is the name at the top of the list at a high-price fundraiser event in Jackson on the 29th. He'll be here in his capacity as vice president and as the finance chair of the Republican National Committee. Meanwhile, Ruckert said, I didn't know Vice President J.D. Vance was going to be in town until yesterday. She told the Cowboy State Daily, I only learned about it when I got a call requesting a comment from our local paper. Presumably the Jackson Hole News and Guide called and asked for a quote from Catherine Ruckert. So, yeah, that's probably going to be a high dollar affair depending on how many people. Sometimes if these are small and intimate, it could cost you quite a bit to buy a plate at one of these deals. Some of them that are a little bigger, It might be easier, $5,000 baseline to attend these events. Some of the smaller luncheons could cost you $150,000, $250,000 for a seat at the table. They should be able to raise a little bit of change there in Jackson, you would think. We'll talk about that and other Andrew Rossi stories when we come back after this break. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Back in studio Friday, July 11th. Cowboy State Daily Show. Thanks for spending your morning with us. Let me check real quick on the Facebooks and see if anybody's been saying anything. I like to acknowledge comments and answer questions and stuff like that. Laura says, I find wind turbines to be lethargic. Yeah, same. Just big windmilly things. Yeah, they're kind of lethargic. Baptiste says, this Ms. Doubtfire. I'm not sure what that refers to. Anytime you want to add something to the conversation, feel free. Shoot us a text, 307-999-TALK. That's the studio line, 307-999-8255. Text that. I'll see it, and I'll comment or share it with the rest of us or answer or whatever I need to do. Put your voice to the show. 307 999 Talk. Studio line always open. Zoom room open for Andrew Rossi. Where be Andrew? He's not officially late yet, but we're getting close. He's probably tending to his mustache, which is elaborate and impressive, I gotta say. We've been talking about the Liberty Bell replicas today. We had a little bit of fun with that. Wyoming has restored its Liberty Bell replica. Apparently, every state got one as a souvenir of the bicentennial back in 1976 when we celebrated the bicentennial. Every state was gifted a life size, so it's the same size as the actual original Liberty Bell in Philadelphia. And every state got their own replica version. Some states had to really search for what they did with theirs, including Utah. Utah had to go dig around. Oh, yeah, we got a bell somewhere. And it was in some corner of a storage room. Wyoming's has been restored. It was in rough shape. It's been a while since 1976. It's now restored on display, and a couple of Jackson kids got to ring it. One of a handful of people. The governor said, yeah, you two can ring that bell, and they did. That's a fun story. There's Andrew. Rossi's with us. Andrew joins the conversation. Rossi, what are you doing?
Oh, just enjoying the beginning of my Friday, Jake.
Yeah. It's going to be the weekend. I mean, we can start now anytime you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready to go.
Woo! VP JD Vance going to be heading to Jackson. They have a lot of fundraisers in Jackson, political and otherwise. And some people may not think of Republicans hobnobbing, as you put it, great word, in Jackson. But there are a significant amount of Republicans in Jackson, for sure. And most of them, many of them, as you can imagine in Jackson, they have the money to attend one of these fundraisers. They can get pricey.
Yeah, there are a lot of deep pockets in Jackson that politicians on both sides of the aisle like to tap into. So it doesn't really matter what the political affiliation of the county or the city is. If there's money to be had, they're going to go out there and try to get it.
July 29th. Did you find out where it was? That's often a well-kept secret.
No, I have not found out anything. There aren't really a lot of details about this particular event. I called the Teton County Republican Party asking for more information, and they said that they had found out when people called them asking for comments on the story itself. So it's being kept pretty close to the chest, at least at this time.
Yeah, and I've found most of the time they are, whether it's going to be at the Four Seasons, like you never know where. They don't want to tip anybody off. There is some security element involved, like, Secret Service is going to be along with J.D. Vance. You can expect his Air Force 2. What is the VP flying? Air Force 2 or Air Force
I would think so.
1B or something, but yeah, there'll be ramped up security, and they try to keep things on the down low unless you're one of the attendees that's forking out what could be 6 figures for a plate of supper to hang out with J.D. Vance. How about these cows? What's with Charlet? They got an attitude, and they're big enough to have an attitude. I wouldn't want to mess with a Charlet cow.
Well, that's the perception that a lot of people and a lot of ranchers have. But the people I spoke to who raise Charolais, they say that it's very exaggerated. And to put it mildly, they think that they're a docile breed. They're just very protective of their calves and of themselves in general. And a lot of people take that as aggression. And most cows might be more docile in general. The Charolais, they stand their ground, and they've got a lot of heft to throw around that they don't mind throwing their weight around, as was evidenced by that video.
Yeah, they're pretty big. Yeah, some say that they don't deserve the reputation as being cantankerous. A lot of it might just be a overdeveloped maternal instinct. Like you better be careful with mama and her calf. If you're messing with the calves, she can be very protective.
Oh, yeah. And as the case is with that herd in Montana, the grizzly got too close, and rather than running off or panicking, they went after it and they tore after that grizzly. The grizzly was running for its life from a bunch of cattle, it's not something you see every day.
Yeah, I mean, grizzly against one Charlie, that might be fair, but the whole herd pounding hooves after you, I'd be running too. I don't care how many teeth or claws the grizz has. I'm worried about the midget rattler. Not in Green River, but the midget faded rattlesnake. I've learned some things. I didn't really know there was a midget rattlesnake. Most rattlers go at like 4 foot. This thing's 2.5 feet maybe. But if you see a rattlesnake in Green River, you can be pretty much guaranteed it's a midget. Why so?
Yep, because there's no overlap in the territory. At least that's what Wyoming Game and Fish told me, is that most places you see prairie rattlesnakes. They're very common, but prairie rattlesnakes don't exist in the same ecosystem where the midget faded rattlesnake thrives. And that's the very southernmost points of Wyoming and then parts of Colorado and Utah. So it's a smaller range than the prairie rattler, but they don't overlap. So yeah, I was told that on no uncertain terms, if you see a rattlesnake in Green River, it's one of these midget faded rattlesnakes.
And you're starting to see them more and more this time of year. It's getting hot. That's not unusual, right? To see snakes out and about.
No, snakes are just like us. When it gets hot, they're trying to move around to find cooler spots or find water to drink and everything. So, and something about midget faded rattlesnakes is they're known to move great distances when they have to. I mean, great distances in terms of snakes. So they will go far and wide in order to get what they're looking for, which is why more people are starting to spot them, because has been getting hotter and drier. So they're trying to find resources just same as we are.
You talked to Game and Fish Regina Dixon. She dropped a few pieces of info. She didn't. It looked like she wasn't ready to chime in on whether the midget rattler is more venomous than the normal full-grown prairie rattlesnake. But the smaller the snake, especially the young ones, I mean, they carry more venom. You found a study that showed it's venom more toxic, more venomous than bigger snakes?
Yeah, and that makes sense, honestly, because when you think about, when you're smaller, if you have less opportunities in order to get done what you need to get done. So the venom would be more potent because, you want to make sure it's a one and done kind of deal. When you're bigger, it's not as big of a deal if you don't get one bite off. Like you want one bite to be enough, but if it isn't, then you want to be able to finish the job later. So, and it's the case with a lot of animals, is that the smaller they are, the more potent their venom is. But at the end of the day, I think Regina's point was that they're both venomous. Like prairie rattlesnakes are venomous, midget faded rattlesnakes are venomous. So there could be a question about how potent the venom is, but if you're bitten, you need to get it treated right away, and you want to avoid getting bitten at any cost.
The rancher's extermination of rattlesnakes is either two things, a shovel or the 6-shooter. In the Westerns, they always seem to shoot the snake in one shot. Like, I don't know if that's real life, but the shovel and chopping them in half, you can do a lot of things to these snakes. Or can you?
Well, you can do whatever to prairie rattlesnakes, although Regina recommends that you don't do any of those methods to them, because they're pretty good pest control. I mean, we can coexist with snakes. I think just a lot of people get spooked or they just don't like them, but you definitely don't want to do that with a midget faded rattlesnake, because they are protected by state laws in Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado, because they are a scarce species. They're smaller and they're rarer than other kinds of rattlesnakes, so they do have some kind of protection to keep them alive. So you can't just take your shovel and deal with the midget faded rattlesnake unless you're using that shovel just to move it. And even then, Wyoming Game and Fish wouldn't encourage anyone to try doing that. If you see one, just give them a call or give local animal control a call and they'll handle the rattlesnake.
Don't try to charm them. Don't try to kill them. Yeah, they're not in danger. They don't have that kind of protection, but they have a protection like they have challenges. Their population has challenges environmentally or whatever.
Yeah, in Wyoming, they're specifically classified as a sensitive species, which means that it's not danger of extinction, but they could, because it's so small and they occupy such a small part of the state, they could disappear from Wyoming. And since it's a unique animal, biologists would prefer to not let that happen. And I, for one, would prefer to not let that happen. I like animal diversity. And if we got a unique animal here, I'd like to make sure it can, be nice and cozy in its home.
I wouldn't miss them. Well, you can have your snakes and your beetles. We're going to talk to Leon Higley a little later on, the beetle, the bug guy. He's excited to talk beetles. That's a great story, too. Andrew, what's going on over the weekend? Anything fun?
Yep, just trying to dive in. We've got an interesting story I'm putting together on bison funerals and what those are like. Because I spoke to people, and maybe you've seen this too, who have observed the same pattern of behavior when bison encounter a carcass in the park. And it's just an interesting little dive into, do bison understand and have a relationship with the concept of death? You wouldn't think so, but there's evidence that that's possible.
Like elephants.
Like elephants.
Oh, that is very interesting. Well, I'll be excited to see that. Thank you. Have a great weekend, Andrew.
You too, Jake.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Andrew Rossi stopping in. Yeah, bison. Do bison mourn the dead? I wouldn't think so. Bison do not seem really intelligent to me. They seem the opposite. Bison seem pretty dumb. If you watch a snowstorm, for instance, like a blowing snowstorm, every animal out there on the landscape, from your Charolais cattle to your deer and elk, have got their butt to the wind. Your horse will turn his butt to the wind when the snowstorm's coming. The stupid bison puts his face to the wind. The only ungulate to face the wind. Is that stupidity or is that smart? Actually, it's smart because the bison, we all have seen a bison. The back end, the bison starts out like God was wanting to create a tank. He starts out with these horns and this massive head and these big shoulders. And then it's like he ran out of material towards the end. Like the butt is, well, I put everything up front. I got nothing left for the back end. The butt, doesn't have as much fur. It doesn't look like it has as much muscle. All the bison is up front. And that's why they face the wind and face storms. They're able to take the brunt of it. That's where all their that's where their fur's at. The back end ain't got nothing, just a little whippy tail. Yeah, bison are like two different animals. And it's like a design that ran out of power. If you were writing the blueprint for a buffalo, you start out and you're like, all right, I'm going to make the biggest, baddest thing on hooves. He's going to have a big face, giant tongue. You ever seen the buffalo lick its nose? Its big, giant tongue. And then he's going to have horns and a huge, huge, huge head. The head, compared to the rest of the animal, is like out of proportion. And then the front shoulders. And then down to the back end, which is why they run so funny. They're two different animals. Like when two guys dress up as a horse, one guy's the front, one guy's the back. That's how buffalo run. Like two different things are going on in that animal. It's kind of weird. Buffalo are weird. Are they smart? I don't know. They don't seem to be. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour break. Thanks for spending your Friday with us. We still got a lot to do, so don't go anywhere.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming entrepreneur Reed Reisner on Tuesday filed a lawsuit against a former state legislator for allegedly jeopardizing his major business acquisition. He told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Thursday that that's a direct reference to his reported bid to buy TikTok and other business ventures. Reisner filed the defamation lawsuit against former state Senator Anthony Bouchard, a Republican from the Cheyenne area. Reisner's civil complaint alleges that Bouchard launched a, quote, concerted and well-orchestrated attack on Reisner.
Bouchard was on Facebook in 2024, according to screenshots that we've received, talking like Reisner had done some sexual misconduct while teaching drama courses at Casper College. And Reisner said, okay, I was not an instructor. I was in some sort of a student outreach program and did not do what he says I did.
Reisner's other civil claims against Bouchard are tortious interference with a contract, a reference to Reisner's business endeavors, and negligent and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray wants to know why the state isn't doing more to open export terminals for Wyoming coal, while Governor Mark Gordon says his all-of-the-above energy policy is paying off. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the ongoing rift between the Cowboy State's top elected officials was evident Thursday when both appeared separately on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Nichols.
The governor wants to see a West Coast port open. We were able to break some news today. Some legal wrangling in Oakland, California has swung in the direction of some developers who want to create a new coal export port right there in the bay. The governor clearly has his eye on the ball when it comes to finding a way to export this stuff. Of course, he's not without his critics. One of the guests this morning was also Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who wants to see even more boosterism behind fossil fuels. And the governor is sticking to his guns. He's saying, nope, all of the above.
The political backdrop to the dueling interviews with Gordon and Gray remains the energy industry landscape and the politics around it in Wyoming. When politicians announce they're visiting Wyoming, they usually mean they're visiting Jackson. That's where the second in line to the presidency will be later this month. Vice President J.D. Vance is the name at the top of a high-priced fundraising event in Jackson on July 29th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the announcement came as a surprise to many Jackson residents, including the chair of the Teton County Republican Party.
Jackson and Teton County are bastions of blue in one of the reddest states in the nation, but that doesn't mean that top-tier Republicans don't drop in to do some fundraising. And J.D. Vance was unexpected in Jackson. Even the Teton County Republican Party didn't know anything about the event he's attending. The thing about Teton County is that it's one of the wealthiest counties in the nation.
With one of the most powerful people in national politics attending an event in Jackson, it's destined to be a high-dollar affair, and Jackson residents have the dollars to do it. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Can Wyoming ranchers prevent grizzlies from killing their cattle? Possibly, if they go all in on Charolais cattle. That's what happened last week when a herd of Charolais on a ranch in Dutton, Montana decided that a pesky grizzly had to go. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that where most cattle might panic or run at the approach of that apex predator, this herd went on the offensive.
They're bigger, one of the heaviest breeds of domestic cattle in the world, and they have a reputation for not the greatest temperament because they are extremely protective of their calves. In this case, there was a herd that was confronted by a grizzly, and rather than running or giving ground, the only ground they gave was the ground that they gave up while they were running after the grizzly, which was running for its life when being pursued by this herd of stand your ground, aggressive cows. So could that be the solution to stop depredation of cattle in Wyoming? It's possible if people wanted to go all in on this particular breed.
Charolais cattle are large. They're one of the heaviest cattle breeds in the world, as a fully grown cow can weigh up to 2,600 pounds and bulls can reach 3,600 pounds. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Well, pack a lunch. We're going to the Red Desert. We may never return. I don't know. That's a lot of country in there. Bill Sniffen joins us, and his latest column includes an area of Wyoming that will swallow you up. That's what Bill says.
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's my latest column is about my favorite place, I think. Although I have a lot of favorite places. Yellowstone is obviously my favorite place, but I talk about in Wyoming all the different places and things to do. And if it was a meal, the national parks and the canyons and mountains would all be the main course. But if I was to pick a dessert, it would be the desert. The little play on words, but
yeah,
it's a special place, and people sort of drive through. People are exposed to the desert on I-80 coming through Wyoming, and they just think, oh my God, here's this long, dreadful, empty space, and it's just the opposite. It's just full of wonderful places and full of wonders, and yes, you can get swallowed up. It's one of my favorite things to write about, and I've really introduced a lot of people to the desert that just assumed it was just sort of this place out there that's dry and dusty, and there's nothing there, and it's just the opposite. But anyway, yeah, Jake, it's the desert. This time of year, it can be a little bit hot and a little bit dusty, but there's just so many cool things. And again, without delving off into politics, it's with the Trump administration, they're opening up a lot of things in the desert that had been locked up for. There were all these wilderness study areas, which, I think that's a very appropriate use of policy, but they were just locked up for years, until you finally say, well, what the heck, and again, these are my pet peeve on that, and without, I certainly didn't want to get political here, but it's the idea that people have lived in the desert for over 10,000 years. There's evidence of people and indigenous people everywhere in there. So, but anyway, there's just a lot to see. There's things like the Have you been to the desert, Jake?
I've been, I like to go in the spring when it's not too hot and it's still snow in Jackson. And I go down mainly Kilpecker Sand Dunes, the Sand Dunes Wilderness. Like that's a jewel, boar's tusk. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, that's the boar's tusk is a big old. I think it's the center of a small volcano or something, but it just sticks up. You can see that actually from Rock Springs if you know where you're looking. And it's kind of stunning to think you can look. I mean, it's got to be 60, 70 miles there. But yeah, the sand dunes and that area is fantastic. The Twin Buttes are great. One of the real jewels in that area is the White Mountain petroglyphs.
I've seen them.
It's
Yep.
that is obviously a wintering spot for indigenous peoples, and there are these rocks with it looks like handholds in it. And a popular belief is that where women would have babies, and we always imagine women laying on their backs and having a baby in a hospital. Well, I, I think they would grab onto these rocks and squat down and pop them out. And, those are pretty hardy people, I tell you.
Yeah, that's tough.
And so I took my wife down there one time and I says, well, honey, what do you think? And she says, I think I prefer the new way. But it's it's a cool place. I had some pictures that I had set out for my column, but they didn't have room for them. But I have a picture of my wife standing in the middle of the desert, and as far as the eye can see, you almost can see the curvature of the earth. I mean, it's like you're in the ocean. It's there are places in the eastern part of the desert, north of Wamsutter, that are just flat as a tabletop and just go forever. I mean, we're talking over 5 million acres, and so it's a vast place. And you get over into more of my favorite area, which is Steamboat Mountain and Boar's Tusk and Oregon Buttes and Honeycomb Buttes and all of that area, and you've got lots of almost mountainous terrain. But the northern part of the desert, of course, is the Oregon Trail, and there's an amazing area there called Rocky Ridge, and literally you go up this ridge, and the rocks are so sharp they would cut through the soles of the boots that the guys walking. It was just an awful place, and it's got, I can't remember what the kind of rock that's called, but it's the same kind of rock that they actually use to make arrowheads out of it. But that area is pretty doggone interesting, and of course it's pretty dry. But you're headed up Pacific Springs and following the Sweetwater up there, and there's a reason there's the springs at the top of South Pass are called Pacific Springs, because they flow to the west and they flow to the Pacific. So it's a real cool area. And again, I'm a big Oregon Trail buff. I've often lamented that Wyoming should have a national monument to the Oregon Trail. We have some of the most absolutely pristine Oregon Trail locations in the country, and I wish somebody could push that. But I've pushed it through my newspaper columns and stuff, but nobody seems to want to grab onto it. I think in Wyoming we have this independent feel that we don't need any more of that national stuff. But boy, I tell you that the Oregon Trail is amazing there, and but it goes right on the north side of it. And then there's of course a big by far the biggest ghost town in Wyoming is South Pass City, and they're having their gold rush days, which I think start today. But it's a big event. People, there's a lot going on. There's food, and they play old timer baseball, I believe, and they do. They have I'm trying to think. One of the old time recreation things that people did 100 years ago is they would blow up anvils. Now you try to imagine an anvil that weighs 200 pounds or some unbelievable weight, and they would bury gunpowder in the ground and bury the anvil and then light it, and then everybody runs back and then kablooey, and this anvil will go up in the air about 200-300 feet and then come down, and hoop-de-doo, that's the fireworks of 100 years ago out here in the pioneers. But you and then they have horseback rides all over the place with I don't know what do you call it, but wagons and different things. But and I'm always stunned that when that boom goes off, I mean, you jump. If you're not watching it and not aware of it, you can't believe your ears. And you look around these horses and they're just calm. They're not excited at all. I'm thinking, man, no, that's some well-trained horses. But it's anyway. Gold Rush Days is well worth attending, and I don't know if anybody out there has made any decisions for this weekend. They do gold panning, and the food is fantastic, and they have live music, and it's just a cool place. The state of Wyoming put about $1 million into an old gold mine up there called the Carissa. And it's a huge mine, and you can take tours of that, and there's all these gigantic machines in there, and they're grinding up the ore. And I mean, this is 100-year-old, more than 100, probably. It was, I think, 1869 maybe when the gold rush happened up there, and so it was. It's old technology, but they've got it all working.
Well, to show you how tough it was getting through the Red Desert on that part of the Oregon Trail. If you made it as far as South Pass City and you thought, well, we're finally getting out of there, we're finally getting into the mountains and find some water, there's a little place the trail goes alongside Dead Ox Creek. I guess that's where they lost a lot of oxen on Dead Ox Creek. There's so much of the Red Desert. It's gigantic.
It is gigantic. And, again, it's there was something I was going to mention there, but with South Pass. But one of my favorite places is the Oregon Buttes. And they loom over South Pass. They're spectacular rock formations, these buttes. That people always say, well, why the hell do they call them the Oregon Buttes? And they assume they're called that because of the Oregon Trail. And that's only half true. The reason they're called the Oregon Buttes is when you got there, we are in Wyoming now, modern day Wyoming, and you're crossing South Pass, and you are now in the state of Oregon. The state of Oregon back in those days stretched all the way into present day Wyoming. So they were the Oregon Buttes because you were now in Oregon. So in some respects, you felt we made it to Oregon, and yet you were officially halfway there. And the other funny thing is you assume, well, it's all downhill from here because we cross the summit of South Pass, but that's not all true. But anyway, it's a wonderful area. People can take a car, but I always think a SUV or a pickup might be a little handier, but the roads are pretty decent. There's a wonderful map the Outdoor Council put out a few years ago that is pretty self-explanatory and takes you to most of the high points. And I think it would not. Now, Jake, I'm going to deviate a minute. I know do you have Mike and Kathleen Gear coming on?
Yeah, I do. Today? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I am such a fan of theirs, and so I'll try to listen in. But I've read about 10 of their books, and I'm just getting started because I think they've done 25 or 30 books. I don't know, but if you're a science fiction buff, man, they have a 6-book series on the planet Donovan. It is just a killer. It's as good a science fiction as I've ever read, and I've read them all. And then, but they also have a series of books about sort of an Armageddon situation, and where Wyoming literally puts a wall around Wyoming and tries to keep all these Colorado.
Oh my!
And it's a modern day warfare, and it's dystopian, and it is just great. And they you talking all about Cheyenne and Laramie and Rawlins and Moreland, and it's all takes place in a futuristic Wyoming. And Michael Gear has an unbelievable imagination. He writes, and it's fast paced, and there's a lot of action. And I keep thinking somebody's going to pick one of these up and make a Netflix movie or a series on it. But so give them my best and tell them they got a big fan in Bill Smith. But I've actually never met them, but I've had I'm hoping maybe later this summer I can catch up with them at some point. But I am a huge fan.
We'll pass that along. Yeah, supposedly the Gears say there's a little bit of Wyoming in every book. Even if it takes place on another planet, there's some Wyoming in everything they do.
Yeah, I would definitely. I'm always watching for it, and Chuck Box, CJ Box does the same thing, and of course Craig Johnson. We're blessed in Wyoming to have these really wonderful authors who love Wyoming, and geez, it's I'm proud of them, and just pleased to be able to share Wyoming with them. But to get back to the desert, I also I had a bucket list item, which was to go to Adobe Town, which is it seems like it's about 60 miles south of Rock Springs, but I think it's about 22 miles. But there's this unbelievable place called Adobe Town, and it's almost kind of like a miniature Grand Canyon. And it's you're out there driving in the desert, and it's fairly not much there, lots of wild horses. And then all of a sudden you drive into this area, and it's just, and again, it was all locked up as a wilderness study area, and you had to be real careful around it, which was absurd in my opinion. But it was and then there's another area similar to that called the Skull. It's the Skull View or Skull Valley Overlook. But man, I tell you, it was after being around. I was first introduced to the desert 55 years ago by a guy named Bill Crump, and but all those years later, I finally last year got to Mark Hines, one of the Cowboy State daily reporters, and I went out with three guys from Rock Springs, Paul Ing and Kurt Hensley and John Bass, and boy, I tell you, those are desert rats. They really know their desert, and gosh, it was just a wonderful day. But yeah, there's just, again, the desert is unbelievable from one end to the other, and read my column, you'll find out a little bit about it.
That's next on my list, Adobe Town. I have not been south of I-80 in the Red Desert, only north. And I did a lot of four-wheeling, saw wild horses. I wanted to go to Superior, Ghost Town, which is so ghosty. The reason I even knew about it and wanted to go to it is if you look on I-80, if you look at a map, you'll see a highway that shoots off to the north. It's Highway 371, and it just stops. Like on the map, you'll see a highway goes north and then just ends. Like, when do highways just end? Well, this one ends in Superior, and Superior ended a long time ago. There ain't much there.
Yeah, there's a couple spots like that. There's a place called Point of Rocks, which I always thought, now there's a name, Point of Rocks. And of course, there's the Jim Bridger power plant is down there, and I think it's Pilot Butte. But the Rock Springs area is fascinating because of all these buttes. There's Pilot Butte and Wild Horse Butte. And, there's a Wild Horse Loop, you drive up these white mountains around Rock Springs, and it's absolutely spectacular. And again, people say, well, Rock Springs, that's just kind of a place to drive through. No, it isn't. There's so many cool things there. And Rawlins gets the same bad rap. They say, oh, there's nothing to do in Rawlins. Man, Carbon County is just unbelievable, the amount of things to see there with Battle Mountain and Saratoga and Encampment and Seminole Reservoir. It's just on and on and on. I tell you, the state is a wonderful place. We've got so much to do, and people need to put their own. I always do every year I do an annual Wyoming bucket list, and I always publish it. And then at the end of the year, I say, well, shoot, I got about half of them done, but I'm still checking off. I don't know anybody that's been to quite as many places as I have, and there are people who have, but I don't know a whole bunch of them. But I have to say that I'm still lots of places I want to go see, and which, by the way, I also found out on the program today. I didn't know Wyoming had a Liberty Bell. Did you know?
I didn't know either.
We did. I did not know we had.
Learned
a
lot.
Bell.
Yeah.
What the heck where'd that come from?
Serial number 0, just for an extra trivia for you. Each had a serial number, and Wyoming's is 0. Yeah, the desert demands you be patient to enjoy it because it can be easily overlooked. Edward Abbey, I think, opened a lot of people's eyes to what magic is in a desert. You just got to be prepared to wait and find it. Red Desert is fascinating. Thanks, Bill. We got to roll. We got the Gears coming, and we got Leon Higley waiting. He's going to talk about the beetle that's up there in Yellowstone.
Jake, always good. We'll see you next week.
All right. Bill Sniffen, Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back with Bug Guy and Leon Higley right after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here on a finally Friday. You may have read the story from Andrew Rossi going back a week or so ago. And it talks about an apex predator that is a bug, an insect. So, of course, we got to find the best bug guy we can find, and that's Leon Higley, professor of applied ecology at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. He joins the show, and he's going to talk about this beetle that defies logic, Leon.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's it shouldn't be. we joked about it. It shouldn't be alive.
Right.
That's what we say about it.
All right. Well, for one thing, this can't be right. There are more than 2,600 species of tiger beetles in the family of whatever the Latin word is.
Yeah, the Latin Cicindelidae, they occur all over the world, but they have a tendency to be like cheetahs or like their name, tigers. They're predaceous and they run around on flat surfaces. In fact, there's a tiger beetle that I call the sidewalk tiger beetle that occurs in parking lots of all places, and they hunt small flies and other insects.
Well, if there's this many variations of the same bug, and I know you're not supposed to call them bugs, this many variations of the tiger beetle, I mean, should it be a surprise that this one exists in sidewalks? This one exists on the rim, on the edge of a thermal pool, able to tolerate heat.
Well, very few creatures can tolerate those thermal pools in Yellowstone. Mostly people talk about algae and bacteria, but there are a group of insects that actually live there. There are some small flies that live in and feed on the algae. And then there's these tiger beetles that feed on the midges, but also on other insects that get killed in the water or whatever else. What's so amazing is their incredible tolerance for temperature. They can live up to over 120 degrees, which is just astonishing. Almost no creatures can tolerate temperatures that high. And so that was what was such a big surprise to us when we first saw them wading in these heated waters in Yellowstone.
And tell me how you stumbled upon that. Now, you're like the tiger beetle expert of the world, and you just happened upon the beetle, and you're like, "There's no way that thing should be here. He probably just is coming to get, and he doesn't really live here." And how did you first see him?
That's exactly right. It was like what do you call it? Busman's holiday.
Yeah.
I was in Yellowstone with my son, and we just stopped at Mammoth Hot Springs, and I saw those beetles in the water, and I thought, what I thought was, what the hell's going on here? There's no way they should be in that water that's hot.
Yeah.
That's so hot. And so that was the start of that observation. And interestingly, I'm not the first person who made the observation. The very first person who noticed them there was back in 1898, but nobody had looked at them in over 100 years. So it was an exciting finding. And every time we looked at them, we found more and more interesting adaptations.
Well, this species, this beetle is known for its adaptations, its adaptability. What has this particular beetle done to fortify itself or whatever it's got to do to be able to tolerate the heat?
Well, one of the things that it does is that I can't completely explain, but I can partially explain, is it has a heat shield, if you will, on the underside of its abdomen, and it actually reflects infrared radiation. And we did a lot of experiments with this, and we discovered that there's something built into the structure of the abdomen that actually acts like a mirror for infrared radiation and reflects it back. So it's on these tiny little legs that stand up, and then it's reflecting back heat. So its body doesn't get quite as hot as it would without that reflection. The other thing we discovered is that they can tolerate amazingly high levels of heat. They don't die until the temperature reaches something like 125 degrees Fahrenheit. which, I mean, from comparison, most insects can't tolerate that much heat. You might, we have 100-degree days. Well, 100 degrees is usually the lethal temperature for most insects. They will spend a lot of time in the shade or doing things to try to cool their temperatures because they don't have any control over their body temperature other than behaviorally. They basically take whatever the environment gives them.
Like the stupid black flies that are out right now. Like they won't bite you in the sun. They like to live in the shade. As soon as you go in the shade, they get you.
Yeah, mosquitoes will do the same trick. So I feel your pain.
Okay, so now I don't understand how there can be this many different variations or species of the tiger beetle. Is this a tiger beetle all its own? What does this tiger beetle share? The one in Yellowstone that lives in the hot. What does he share with the tiger beetle that wants to be on the sidewalk? Are they pretty much the same insect?
No, not at all. If you want to think of it, I tell my students, it's like shops in a mall. They all specialize in some different way of making a living. These guys specialize largely. What I think they're doing is they're feeding off of insects that get caught in the steam and then drop in the water. And so they kind of get home delivery of food. And so they're not out there searching. Whereas like the sidewalk tiger beetles, they've got to run around and try to identify things, and they've sort of subdivided that niche. And all these, like over 2,000 species of tiger beetles, they do all sorts of weird things. There's some that are associated with salt marshes, quite a few. There's some that are associated with riverbanks and sandbars. There's some in Amazon that actually live near the river during the dry season. And the wet season, they climb trees and wait out the heavy rains. So they all have their own little niches, if you will, of how they make a living.
These inch-long beetles, maybe the ones in Yellowstone don't get to utilize their speed, but the tiger beetle is fast, man. That's how it gets you. It's got mandibles, and it runs like 6 miles an hour, which is fast for an insect.
Yeah, they are very fast insects. They have a cool way of catching their prey. They triangulate. They'll run to a spot, get an image of the prey, then they run to another spot, take another image of the prey. So they spiral in to when they're capturing prey. And it's kind of hard to imagine that something with a brain as small as a tiger beetle is able to do the geometry to get to its prey, but they sure do.
Oh, that's next level bug. Holy cow, man. That is something. All right, so Yellowstone is full of magic wonders for scientists. We can never stop figuring out things. So, I mean, you've been 2 decades now studying this tiger beetle in Yellowstone. Have you learned everything you need to learn, or is there you're still scratching your head like, how did this thing adapt to be here?
Yeah, there's a lot we don't know. One of the interesting questions that we have is how different this beetle occurs in places besides Yellowstone, but we don't know genetically how different it is. And one question is whether it's a separate species or it's still the same species. One thing that's interesting is in Yellowstone, those tiger beetles really don't respond to temperature. They don't care how hot it is. They just go about their business. But outside the park and other places where the tiger beetle occurs, they'll seek shade and they'll engage in behaviors to cool themselves. So we think there's quite a bit of difference between the Yellowstone tiger beetles. And so genetically, we'd like to look at that. The other thing is we still don't know exactly how the heat shield works. So that's another thing that we're very interested in trying to pursue. So there's a lot of interesting questions. And like you say, Yellowstone is such an amazing place. There's just, I told students when we went to do sampling, this is the closest you'll get to be on another planet and still be on planet Earth when you're there in those thermal areas observing beetles.
Yeah. The old mountain man John Coulter, when he saw it, told people about it, and they thought he had been out in the sun too long. Yeah, Yellowstone is pretty magical. It's got some things you'll never see anywhere else. Leon Higley's joined us, professor of applied ecology at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where I know your students give you like 5-star ratings. They say you're the greatest instructor ever.
Well, I've got good students, so it's easy to be a good instructor when you have good students.
Well, yeah, come back. You don't know much about this insect as you need to know. Come on back and gather up some more. Although you're not supposed to take things from Yellowstone.
Oh no, it's hard to get a permit.
Oh,
do research in Yellowstone.
Just to walk out of the park with a few insects in your pocket, you've got to fill out a lot of permits, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right.
Well, I'm not surprised. Leon, thanks for being on. That's so cool.
Glad to be on.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
That's Leon Higley talking about the tiger beetle that you'll read about in Andrew Rossi's June 28th story. It's Yellowstone National Park. You'll only find this beetle on the kind of the edge of thermal pools there. It not only tolerates the heat, it seems to want to be in the heat. Okay. To each beetle his own. We'll be right back with a quick break, and I got more guests coming up.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Ashley Trudeau's in the room. Trudeau, yes?
Yes, Trudeau.
Right. Ashley.
Not like the Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau, though.
Right. I want to be you, but there's no way I can get there. First, I'm going to have to read the book. But I want to be a homesteader. I want to be sustainable. I want to grow. We all should be like this. Boy, we've come a long way to now everything we eat comes out of cellophane packaging. And, Yeah.
Petroleum-based food dyes.
I want to live your life. Ashley Trudeau, you probably read the story. If you didn't, go read it now as we talk. Ashley, you tell us the life trajectory. You graduated college, you went right into marketing. You probably did not imagine yourself in a pair of overalls going out to hay the back 40 or the 10 acres you're on. I mean, all of a sudden, though, a light bulb went on. What happened? How did you go from marketing, and you're still doing that up at the hospital in Cody? But when did you pivot a little bit?
Well, when my husband and I met, we both knew that we wanted to live in Wyoming because that's where my family is from. He's a Kansas boy, and he grew up on a farm going to his grandma and grandpa's farm. And so we both knew that we loved to be in this type of environment. But I would say the light bulb switched for us probably when my body failed me, honestly. And we had a miscarriage because we were ready to have kiddos. And then that's when I was really serious about trying to figure out what was going on internally. And understanding then how important your gut was and why your food is so important.
Yeah,
and
you are what you eat.
Yeah, right. And my husband, as far as haying and building and doing DIY and now moving into more projects that we never expected, potentially building our own home. He grew up starting at age 16. He had to get a job. And so he worked construction. And so, yeah, we both just through the years had awesome mentors. And that's why it's called Homestead Mentors. And that's why we're able to do what we can do. It's not because of our own doing. We've had amazing people put in our lives.
Ashley and her husband are on 10 acres outside of Cody, and it's like full on ranch farm, whatever you want to say. They do the whole bit. Ashley's written a book that I seriously, as soon as we're done here, I'm getting it on Amazon. Self-published 170-page book called A Modern Guide to Homesteading. It has 21 5-star ratings, not a single 4, 3, 2. I mean, all 5-star ratings. This is the how-to guide to get into homesteading, and just whether it's a small little, I don't know, crop of lettuce, a few chickens, or like you're doing some fairly large scale haying. I mean, you kind of do it all there.
Yeah, thankfully we've got a little bit of acreage and we can do a lot with that. And my husband, he hays currently about 150 acres for other people just around us. So he's busy right now for the last week, and for the next week, I won't see him much. So I'll go out. If I do want to see him, I ride on the tractor with him. But yeah, you can do a lot on 10 acres. You can do a lot on a 10,000 square foot lot. And that's in the book. And the book really is targeted more towards urban homesteaders and people that don't have a lot of land yet. And then how you can start working your way up to get land, even if you don't have the means to buy it. And so there's a lot of people like me who I need help. I just had ACL surgery. Our garden is a complete mess right now, but it is growing food. My boys did help me go in there. I've had some family members come over and help me weed a little bit. But, I have a whole nother plot where I've got raised beds that could be utilized right now, and they're not being utilized. So, people like me that are going, maybe people don't know they can come over and use it. But there's a lot of people out there who are just too tired or they need a break and they have a little plot of land that you can go over there and cultivate it if you're a neighbor or if you're a family or friend that maybe they trust, and if you're not, start meeting people and start getting out there.
This is reminding me of 3 things. One, the community that I'm still trying to get my arms around. Like, how is being a off the grid, self-sustainable, how is that also inviting a shared community? It sounds like you're just going to live on your own. I don't need any electricity or any neighbors. And it also reminds me of something you just blogged on your website. And you have a website. What is the URL of that website, by the way?
Homesteadmentors.com.
And on there, one of your recent blogs is learning when you're homesteading, sustainable farming, whatever we're going to call this, is learning to find times to rest. I imagine the ACL, you learned, hey, farmers got to rest every once in a while, delegate authority, have somebody else do this. And then also you admit, look, this is not necessarily easy street. You're going to struggle. And that's okay. Maybe this crop yield fails. Maybe that it goes foul. You don't have time to get to it that year. That's all right. I don't know what that gives you actually to work with, but there's a lot to it. It's complex, but it's rewarding being a farmer.
And Jake, that's probably one of my biggest points in the book is a lot of people think homesteading is off the grid by yourself alone. And don't get me wrong, if my husband could do that, we would do it in a heartbeat. But I think there's a problem with that mentality. And that's where I get really passionate about us Wyomingites, because we're really passionate about being really pull up your bootstraps, sustainable. I can do anything. And trust me, I'm probably one of the worst. But what I've come to realize is that if you want to live in this environment out here, it's windy, it's cold, it's hard to grow food, and you need some people, even if it's 2 to 5 people that you can trust and rely on, you need community around you. And if you don't have that, you're going to have mental health issues, which is why we're one of the top states in the US always. With suicide issues and mental health issues. And that's where I'm not a proponent of go out and do this by yourself, do it with people who have already done it, and then build on that. So there's a big misconception out there. And that's one of the first things I address in the book is you don't want to be by yourself. It's miserable.
And you learned that pretty soon because you didn't exactly go from marketing communications to Johnny Appleseed. Your crops were failing. You're like, what am I doing wrong? How do I learn this? You found an OG. You found somebody with some institutional knowledge, and that's important.
Yeah, I want to say for some reason, I keep saying 6 years, but I'm pretty sure it was about 6 years. I tried when we lived in our little apartment, and then when we bought our first home, and we started our first garden, I tried to grow things, and I kind of joked about how I don't have what you call a green thumb. I have a black thumb.
Yeah.
That was for years. And then my health started failing. And then I realized I needed help. And my uncle was another one, that I've been interviewed before, and I haven't mentioned him, but he was always a gardener. My dad was always a gardener, and trying to get them to help me, but they didn't know our area either. And so that's why I had to go to someone locally that knew how to grow legit food that would last me until the following season. And so to this day, I know I can grow, and sometimes maybe it'll fail, but it hasn't yet. I can grow enough potatoes, garlic, onions, beets, and carrots, my 5 main crops that I cook with almost every week, if not every day. So for me, that's huge. I'm happy with just those 5 crops. Now, if I go and grow lettuce and celery and tomatoes and corn and everything on top of that, that's a bonus. But those 5 main crops, I can survive with potatoes, especially for a long time. I know how to grow enough that will feed a couple other families now, and so that they can go and plant their own potatoes and then hopefully help others. So
and that self-sufficiency aspect that, we all got away from a garden plot, all of us. I mean, you don't need a ton of land, but we gotten away from, like, instead of the manicured lawn that you're constantly trying to keep the daisies out of, we should be doing, some kind of little garden plot, because it gives you something to do. If you're, and you talk about suicide, and you're like, what does suicide and depression have to do with farming and gardening and stuff like that? You have something to do. You have purpose. Every day you wake up, you're like, someone's got to feed the goats. Someone's got to feed the chickens. That field has to be hayed. Like now, do I have 5 days of sunshine? Like you're constantly engaged in doing something and growing food.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you've ever listened to Jill Winger. She's down in Chugwater, and she was one of my mentors I would consider in my community. She has no clue who I am, but I've been following her and what she's doing down there. And she talks about being in the dirt. I forget, it's not polyphenols, but I forget what's in the dirt that actually gives you the happy hormone.
Yeah.
It helps your happy hormone. And so being in the dirt, under your fingernails, getting your kids in there, helping with the allergies, everything, it's so beneficial for your health. So yeah, not only having something to do, but the actual dirt itself. I mean, if there's not a God, I don't know what else to say. Like he built us from the earth. We are supposed to be in the dirt. So
there's a connection there. And whether it's how to chop a chicken's head off, or when's the last time you brought a chicken to the chopping block, Ashley?
Well, every August. Yeah. So we're getting ready. We've got our meat birds. We didn't order near as many because we're not doing any seminars or teaching this year because of my knee. And so I'll be able to help, as much as I can, but we're going to butcher about 40 chickens this year. We butchered over 100 last year, close to 100 with another family just to teach them. And then we helped another family before that. So we're on about year 5. And the boys help us. My 5 and 8-year-old are out there. They help, cut off the little knee joints, and they put the feed in the buckets. They know where their food comes from. We don't necessarily have them right there chopping the head off, but that's something where, and I know I'm being very direct here, but you work your kiddos into that too, on how to prep their food and how to process that food so you can put it on the table.
Which is part of that mentoring. That's what you do on the website. That's what, hopefully the book does, because we're trying to pass this down to the next generation. I've seen photos of your kids with the muck boots on. They're right in there. Ashley will even share her elderberry syrup recipe. Elderberry, that's good for about everything. You do a little elderberry regularly and you'll never get sick.
Well, hopefully. And again, you forget to take it and whatnot, but it is very good for you. Same with just going and learning how to forage. Another mentor is Heather Jones and Powell here. She's got an amazing foraging herbal remedy, knowledge that she's grown. So I learned from her a lot and what to forage and how to use it. But yeah, and the book really is very broad. I could go into each section that I talk about and write another book, honestly. But I knew that before I can really make a difference in the world, Jake, I've got to get something that's tangible and very pragmatic on how to do this. If you're a working mama, a full-time employee, and you want to try this lifestyle, you have to start slow, because if you dive in head first, you're going to burn out. Most people burn out in 6 years. Back to 6. I don't know why 6 is my number, but that's one thing where homesteading family, I follow them. They're up near Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, kind of a higher, similar type growing season as us. But they have talked about burnout, and they've been doing it for a couple decades now. And so I know that I can trust their knowledge, and everything that I've learned as a full-time mother, wife, employee, this is what I would do if I were going to try this all over again. So
we're talking to Ashley Trudeau. Get an introduction to her by reading the Dale Killingbeck story, Modern Homesteading, Self-Sufficiency Doesn't Mean Being a Loner. And then take the deep dive, check out the website, and buy the book. I got to get this book. And, it's not we don't have to get right to where we're 10 acres and we're running a multifaceted farm. You start small. There's even in an apartment, you can have grow some spice or some herbs and stuff. Like you cover everything from, big, small.
Yeah, just even, from a growing perspective, I know gardens are really important and that's a big part of homesteading. There's a lot of other elements of the book that I talk about that goes along with homesteading. But for gardens, I think people want to learn more and more, especially in Wyoming, how to grow. And so that's where I do talk about how to plot it out. But then if you want to go in our course on the website, it's got over 70 different videos and modules of how Farm Table West with Zach Buckle. He's really one of the only people in our area up in Cody growing year round with geothermal, all of his wind tunnel, not wind tunnels, but his main greenhouse tunnels, where I don't have a greenhouse yet. That's a goal of ours in the next 2 years. We would like to build one. But what he's doing and then how he's making over $80,000 a year with his business of growing food. So I wanted his knowledge. For 2 years, Jake, I went and filmed him on the weekends after work. I went and got his knowledge and I put it in a course for people to learn. And so for me, that was really important. But then realizing that not everybody's going to want to go to that scale. And that's why I wrote the book, is because there's a lot of things you can do that are just very simple, easy things that you can start doing to work up to what, we're planning on now, living on a lot more land. And that's hopefully coming up in the next month or two. So for us, we're going to be on a lot more acreage. It's going to look way different to us. It's not going to be just 10 acres, but according to my husband, it's going to be about the same workload because we do have a lot of trees, a lot of lawn. I don't like lawn. I'm like, turn that space into food if I can, but he won't let me do that right now because we are planning on a new chapter of this progression of homesteading.
Fascinating. Yeah. Ashley, thanks for joining us. I'm going to get the book right now. You're going to have one more sale.
Okay, thank you so much, Jake.
You bet. Ashley Trudeau on the show, modern day homesteader, bringing it back. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Time for news. We'll be right back after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A Crook County prosecutor this week filed 4 more charges against a Moorcroft man accused of touching little girls sexually during church services. This is after 2 more alleged victims have come forward. 64-year-old Charles Massey pleaded not guilty Thursday in Gillette to the total of 9 charges he now faces. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
The new charges stem from new allegations where the investigator basically found 2 more girls. He was hearing that other families were victimized, and he found these girls, and they couldn't get in for forensic interviews until June. And they're describing him allegedly touching the one, him allegedly kissing the other in a very non-platonic way.
Massey originally faced up to 81 years in prison, but now could get up to 156 if convicted on all charges. While Wyoming has remained relatively quiet on the coal seam fire front so far this summer, the same can't be said for just across the border in Montana. There, temperatures are soaring past 100 degrees and vegetation is drying into tinder, creating the perfect environment for smoldering underground coal to become raging wildfires. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the thermal imaging drone last month identified 107 new burning coal seams.
A coal seam is a place where coal is literally popping up above the ground or just beneath the surface. The conditions haven't gotten to the point where in Wyoming, those smoldering coal seams, which can be at 3,000 degrees, like a steel forge, those have not ignited any wildfires yet. But they have over the 4th of July. In fact, on the 4th of July in Powder River County in Montana, they had a 5-acre fire break out. All those coal seam fires that are burning, it's like they're unattended campfires out there.
There are dozens of underground seams of coal in northeast Wyoming which can smolder for years before something kicks them up to the surface. Wyoming rang its newly restored replica Liberty Bell and unveiled an amped-up tour of the restored state capitol on Thursday. It was all part of the kickoff to the nation's 250th anniversary next year and the 135th for Wyoming statehood. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean was there.
The Capitol, they did the restoration project a little while ago, but along with it, they have created this revamped, kind of souped up tour that really shows the history of Wyoming and the state capitol. And there are just all kinds of these cool Easter eggs on the tour. The other part of the story, Wendy, is today, for the first time in a long, long time, they rang Wyoming's Liberty Bell. And this was part of a kickoff for the nation's 250th anniversary. But it's also the birthday of Wyoming, 135th birthday for Wyoming.
While the main thrust of the Capitol restoration was life and safety, as well as a better, more efficient space, the attention to historic details in the restoration could be a boon for tourism. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
A Wyoming legislative committee voted Wednesday to have one of the governor's agencies scrutinize the legislative branch's staffers and researchers. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports not before state senators argued at length about whether that violates the separation of powers.
The Management Audit Committee has this lawful authority to direct its staff to audit executive branch agencies. And Senator Darren Smith on Wednesday was like, we're going to flip this script and we're going to have the Department of Audit, which is under the executive branch, scrutinize our staffers, give our staffers a grade, right? How they're doing performance-wise. And Chris Rothfuss was like, whoa, that's an inversion of the law. And also I'm worried about separation of powers. Why does the governor get to come and root around in the legislative branch and give us a grade on how we're doing?
With some minor quirks addressing constitutional and statutory concerns, Smith's motion passed on a 9-2 vote, with the committee's only 2 Democratic members voting against it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily Show in a Friday edition, and it's the Gears joining us.
Hi, Jake. How are you doing?
I'm good. Bill Sniffen says, hey.
Hey, Bill.
He reads your books, and the way he described one of them, I got to get it. I've committed myself to buying a lot of books this morning because I've had a few authors on. Nobody bigger than you two. How many books have you written together? Michael and Kathleen Gear are with us. How many?
Hey, this is our 88th novel, Buffalo Justice.
88. You've got to share your secret to writing with me, who's a writer. I need a deadline over my head or I can't do anything. But I hear from you two, I read the story in the Cowboy State Daily about you, that you set aside time to write, an enormous amount of time daily to write. It's a job.
Yeah, it's a job, Jake. So we get up in the morning and we write until, noonish. And then we have lunch, go back to work, write until 6, have dinner, go back to work, write until about midnight or 2 a.m. and get up and start writing again.
That's assuming that the world will let us. It has a really bad habit of trying to horn into our production time.
Sure. And you've got to stay connected with the world. Both of you have said that this day and age, an author has to be, it's not this secluded, you're Hemingway and you hole up in some place and knock out that novel. You got to be engaged with your audience all the time.
Yeah, these days publishers rely on authors to do their own publicity. So you have to have a Facebook account, a Reddit account, a Twitter account, LinkedIn account. You have to have social media.
Jackie Dorothy's story about you two, she didn't get down and describe how you write together. Now, I'm assuming all these books, these 88, are co-authored, both of you. How do two people write one book?
Now, Jake, we are assuming that you have not read our stuff. When you do, all of the parts in those novels that you really like were written by Kathy. Parts that you think are a little bit clunky or it just didn't work for you or the character was, that's mine.
Now, Michael says that because he came to writing the hard way. He'll tell you his first attempt at a novel, maybe not ready for primetime. Kathleen, it's in your DNA. Your dad wrote short stories. Your mom was a journalist. You're the writer. Michael's dragging along. But now, supposedly, if you go back and read your stuff, neither of you can remember who wrote that paragraph. Is that right? Like you're that in much of a mind meld?
Yeah, no, that's really true, Jake. And here's what happens. Mike and I, one of us will draft out a chapter and then we hand it back and forth until we're both happy with it. So we're rewriting literally every sentence as we go. And by the time that you're done, there are people who come to signings with everything underlined in blue and pink for what they think we wrote. And
who gets pink and guess who gets blue or yellow?
Well, you tell me.
And Mike and I always say, that's so great that you could do that. And we read the passage and go, I have no idea who wrote that.
It's like an author reveal. Yeah, is it blue or pink? And neither of you even remember. So I guess that's the perfect partnership. Yeah. Huh.
Well, the key to co-authoring is you have to have complete trust in your partner. And Jake, I'll be absolutely honest. I have written sections that were so brilliant and profound that they redefined Western literature and would have rocked the Pulitzer Committee back on its heels. And Kathleen has sent the draft back to me all marked up in red saying, Mike, this is real fecal material. Although much shorter little Germanic word. And the whole trick of it is, I stomp around for a little bit and say, obviously she didn't get it. But if I was so profound and so deep that Kathy didn't think it would work, then neither would a reader. And when each of these novels that we write, what we try to do is create a situation where you open the first page, you fall into that story, and you're so into it that you're not coming out of it to the last page. We're not there to impress you with how brilliant we are. We're there to tell you the absolute finest story that we can.
Now, a huge part of fiction writing, first the setting. Michael, you bring the archaeological background, and you kind of put us in a place, I think. And
we both do. Kathy and I we're both anthropologists by academic training.
Okay.
Which, like with Buffalo Justice, Yeah, this is something we were in the bison industry for 30 years. Twice we were National Producers of the Year at the National Bison Association. And we've been on the front line of this whole controversy over Yellowstone bison now for 30 years. So one of the things that we did in writing the book is we wanted to dive right into, I guess you would call it, the dark underbelly of the political and conservation movements behind manipulating Yellowstone bison. So Buffalo Justice just came rolling out of that.
Does it get super? So it's still a work of fiction. Does it get super political? Obviously, this is a political issue. The bison in Yellowstone, the fear they can bring brucellosis to, Montana cattle ranchers. And we know about the yearly gather and cull. Are we doing it right? Are we doing it wrong? How deep do you get into that?
Yeah, Jake, one of the problems is that when we're talking about Yellowstone bison, they are always the punching bags, but there are reasons for concern. A few years ago, they did a study that indicated that 60% of the female bison in Yellowstone had brucellosis. And honestly, cattle ranchers should be concerned about that. We've heard conservation groups say, yeah, but we don't have a documented case of brucellosis being transferred from Yellowstone bison to cattle. There were 2 scientific studies that were done, which documented in a containment situation where you've got one buffalo with brucellosis and a cattle that did not have it, and another with 2 bison where they did transfer it. So there is concern about that. There should be concern about that.
They haven't had the opportunity yet, but it's one of those things that's, if you put them together, like the elk have been mixing with the cattle, you're going to get disease transmission.
Yeah.
Let's change gears. Bill Sniffen told me about a series. I think he said 7 books in all in a series of another planet. Like, you take us all over the world, you take us to outer space, but no matter what, there's always some Wyoming in there. You always find a way, like, you can't escape Wyoming and getting it into a book. Something.
Pretty much. Yeah. And what Bill's referring to are the Donovan books that start with outposts. You can ask Wendy Core about this. I mean, Wendy gets pretty wound up about it too. But what it boils down to is, it's hard science fiction, but it's a frontier novel, Jake. And there are just patterns of frontiers, whether it's something that Kathleen and I are writing about in prehistory, or whether it's one of our Western historical novels, or whether it's set somewhere on a distant planet in the future where, the planet bites back. But frontier societies all share common traits.
You know what's really, it feels popular now that I really love is these dystopian works, dystopian novels. I'm fascinated with it because I think, we're due for the zombie apocalypse any day now. But you've got one of those?
Yeah, we do.
Dissolution.
And the Wyoming Chronicles, they start with Dissolution and then followed by Fourth Quadrant, and then After the Eagle Has Fallen. Because looking at things as we do as anthropologists and understanding how culture works and resource distribution, Wyoming is in really kind of a cool place, just like we present in Dissolution and Fourth Quadrant and After the Eagles Fall. I mean, we can make it.
We can survive.
We have the resources.
Yeah. And I'm always fascinated, like, civilizations rise and fall, and what happens when you're in that period where you're starting over as a civilization. Yeah, no better place to do it in Wyoming. Well, 88 novels, but one thing you haven't tried your hand at, or you're not expert at least not award-winning, is short stories. In a long-form novel, you get a chance to tell a story through a character, really develop characters. There's not a lot of time in a short story. You have to tell that story different. You have to write it different. Louis L'Amour was great at it.
Some short stories.
Yeah.
What have you learned writing short stories?
Yeah, actually, Jake, we've written an anthology called Switching Gears that is short stories. And I won a Spur Award for my story, No Quarter, as well as an International Book Award. And Mike won a Spur Award also for his short story and a Will Rogers Medallion Award. So we've run a couple of awards for short stories.
All right.
Yeah, and Switching Gears just won the International Book Award for Best Western Fiction.
It did, yeah. Which
So-
we didn't even know it was entered in. That was interesting.
Yeah. When we got the notification, that was kind of a, oh, wow, kind of moment. How did that happen?
You know, does anybody else do this? A writing team like this? Michael and Kathleen Gear, they write books together, and I don't know anyone else who does this.
You know, Doug Preston and
Lincoln
Child do some authoring, and Doug is also an anthropologist, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must be something about it. Yeah. So, I mean, is there any slowdown in sight? You just keep. Actually, I want to know this. How do you know when that book is done, finished, off to the publisher, and you know, the online social media book tour? How do you get the next novel in your brains? How do you know what it's going to be?
Oh, it's not a problem. The problem,
really?
Oh, Jake, the problem we've got is we have so many stories and not enough time to write them. It's just one of those things that you're constantly kicking stuff out and going, well, God, yeah, let's do that. But how do you get the time to do all of the great things and interesting topics that we have to write about?
Prioritize.
So you're just bursting with story ideas. You're not sitting there with your fingers poised over the keyboard going, what's next? That's why you put in the hours. You got to get all this out.
Yeah. And the only people who really have writer's blocks are people who can afford them. Like you with your deadlines. Yeah. The publisher always points a loaded at your head and says, I need this by.
Yeah.
And it's really an incredible motivator.
It helps a lot. Definitely. So, I mean, is there any, we've seen CJ Box and Craig Johnson, two other Wyoming authors who saw their works turned into screen work. Is there any notion that any of these books could be made into a TV series, a movie? Would you write that differently? Could you be a script writer? What about taking this to a screen?
We just sold a screen option for two screen options for books that we've written. And it is different, Jake. Writing a screenplay is an entirely different thing. You have to simplify a 500-page novel into basically 60 pages. It's a 120-page script, but it's really 60 pages because of the spacing. That's not easy. That takes real skill.
Yeah. So Fifen Productions has just got the option on the Genesis Athena novel, which is about cloning Hollywood DNA. And they've also got the screenplay that we have adapted for Outpost, which is the first book in that Donovan series that Wendy and Bill are just so over the moon about. And the thing about Hollywood is we have been here a lot in the past. Been here, done that, got an entire house full of T-shirts, that sort of a story.
Yeah.
With Hollywood and movie productions, the old adage is that you wait for the option check to actually clear the bank.
And then if they make the movie, that's great, but you just keep your fingers crossed because you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. The light bulb is just going on about Switching Gears, the short story anthology, award-winning. You each alone wrote a short story, trading off, switching gears. So each short story is either Michael or Kathy.
It is. Yeah.
And did you bounce it off each other, or was it totally, I'm going to go write this, and or did you traded?
Yeah, Jake, we always bounce it off the other. You need that editor to look at it with a fresh eye to tell you, and this doesn't work. So we always do that.
Although I will have to say that when we were kicking this whole thing around after we'd done these 2 Spur Award winning stories, it was, well, we're not going to co-author these things. So this is one of those things, Kathy was mentioning the people who look for my voice and her voice in story. So in switching gears, you get each of us pretty much unadulterated.
Yeah.
I mean, this wasn't me going in and rewriting sections that come out under her name or vice versa. So one of the things that we did for that was if people who are really interested in these things can look at that and say, this is pure Kathy.
Or this is pure Mike.
But other stuff like the Chronicles has my name on the books, but it's 50-50 easily.
Yeah. Which one of you's better at writing dialogue?
She is.
He is.
Well, we gotta make way. Our time is too short. Buffalo Justice is the latest you got to get from this writing pair. Michael and Kathleen Gear join us. Check out Jackie Dorothy's story about this couple. 88 books and running now, and there's no end in sight. Thank you both. Thanks for being on. I got to go buy some books. Where do you prefer we buy the books?
Local bookstore is the best place. You can buy them anywhere on Amazon or anywhere, but please buy from your local bookstore.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, thanks for being on. Have a great weekend. Don't work too hard.
Well,
rest on your laurels a little bit. Yeah. That's the Gears. Check out their books. Check out the Jackie Dorothy story. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
The Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. a place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with the Cowboy State Daily Show with Bags. He'll be on tomorrow, Saturday edition. Bags, what about Gary Streisky?
Sorry, bud, I missed that. I was teasing you with the going blank there for a second. Turning the camera off.
What about the ESPN Sports Center guy, Gary Streisky, who's going to be in Wyoming to do Cheyenne Frontier Days? Got his start on the Front Range.
Well, hey, I love it, especially with us having Ian Munsick as the opening act. It's kind of Wyoming homegrown, this Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Mm-hmm.
It's just awesome.
All we need is Brendan Nimmo to take a little time off from the Mets and come back.
And Logan Wilson coming maybe steer wrestle or something.
Yeah.
He's built like a steer wrestler.
He could do it. He could totally do it.
Well, which just coincidentally, I mentioned Ian Munsick. Tris Munsick, his brother, is on my show tomorrow morning. He's coming in with his guitar. He has this band, Tris Munsick and the Innocents. Great band. This family. Oh, crying out loud. I mean, the talent, you feel like it should have been spread out a little more, but it's the dad, Dave Munsick, incredibly talented. Obviously, Ian Munsick has become a international superstar. But yeah, that's part of the show tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Cheyenne Frontier Days, and this 9 o'clock hour, Tris Munsick sitting right over there with his guitar and playing some tunes. It'll be my bumper music tomorrow.
Yeah, that's nice.
Live.
I didn't even have to guess what hour that Triz would be in. You don't get musicians up at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. That ain't happening.
Well, he's performing a couple of places here in town during the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo, which, by the way, we're a half hour away from the start of the parade at downtown Sheridan, Wyoming, and it's raining right now.
Oh.
It's about 52 degrees here. I'm just going to show you. I don't know if you can see that. Look what's moving through. See the dot?
Don Day,
yeah,
what are you
little
doing?
Blue thingy. And but it's been like between 95 and 100 here all week during rodeo week. So I think there's some folks who are like relieved, and of course I'm sitting here. I might scoot out at the top of the hour. I've got my nephew here from Fort Collins and get down to the end of the parade route.
Yeah.
So that's getting ready to kick off. It's the Friday of the week-long rodeo week here in Sheridan. What else today? Of course, they had a free pancake breakfast this morning. They've got the powwow and dance. The Native Americans perform at the Sheridan Inn. The Kiwanis duck race down Little Goose. They've got a carnival, and then the rodeo starts at 7. And they've got this year, first time they've ever had women doing the Indian relay races. And last night, I'm just going to mention this. One of the heats, or there's only one heat, but one of the gals, she came around. If you understand Indian relay, if you don't, Google it and take a look at it. It's amazing.
It's wild.
She gets on the horse, and the horse doesn't stop at all. And they had to send she's pulling back. She goes right by the grandstands, keeps going, and then Kennard Littlebird, who's the announcer for the Indian relay races, goes, "Could we get some of the riders to go get her?" and she had to do I'm not going to call it the stroll of shame, but she had to come back with a cowboy leading her back to the corrals because the horse would not stop.
They finally caught up with her in Buffalo. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But it was great. It's just chaos here during rodeo week. A good chaos, I should say. But
and you've got a lot of dignitaries up there to watch it all because they're all up there for the ribbon cutting of the mine. So you got Brasso, Lummis is
right.
there,
I
and,
forgot. I forgot all about that.
They're all in town right now.
Yeah, we've got them all here. This is Loomis is here, and The rest of the delegate, Hagman is here. The whole delegation is here in Sheridan, Wyoming. So it's packed. We've got traffic, but at the same time, it's one of those good, good for the economy, the local economy weeks here. So we're having a blast. Rodeo's been awesome. So I haven't missed anything up until now. Looks like I'm going to be either miss or catch the very end of the parade. Thanks, Jake.
Sorry, but what's
No
good.
worries.
I like when you were able to preview Saturday with us. That's
I'm
really
joking.
good.
I love to. I appreciate being able to do it with
Yeah.
your audience. Invite them to see mine. Should I go ahead and tease the Cowboy State Daily Radio Saturday version with your buddy Bags? Got a good one. I'm pretty excited about. Actually, I'm nervous about this one.
What is it?
Because my boss for decades, his name is Lee Larson. He's the former general manager, regional VP for J-Core, Clear Channel, iHeartMedia. He's the big boss. And absolutely one of my mentors, one of my favorite people on the planet. He is in media, at least regionally, Rocky Mountain West media, radio especially. There's very few higher in esteem than Lee Larson. So he's going to be on with me in the 6 o'clock hour. He agreed to do it. I was just tickled when he said yes. And then I started realizing, wow, I'm a little bit nervous about talking to the old boss.
Yeah, he's a big suit and tie in the business. Wow.
Oh man, the studios, they have 10 radio stations operating out of the Denver Radio Taj Mahal, as we used to call it. And they have troubleshooter networks in there, the traffic network. It's just a big operation there. And the studios are called Lee Larson Studios. He's retired, and he was held in such high esteem. The studios are called Lee Larson Studios. They're at iHeartMedia in Denver. So that just should indicate, and I know for sure there's going to be some of my old cohorts tuned in. I promoted it, in social media, and I'm already getting comments. No way, Bags, the man. We called him. If I say to anybody ever worked there, and I said, the man's going to be on the show, they know exactly who I'm talking about. The man, Lee Larson. Anyway, that's 6 o'clock. In the 7 o'clock hour, you and I have talked about it multiple times. I'm very much an advocate for veterans issues, and Sheridan, where I live, is is kind of a hub for veteran activities with the VA hospital that we have here, and the VOA is very active here. Brad Walden, he's a veterans advocate as well, and we're going to be discussing obviously veterans issues, but he is one of the founding organizers of what's called WYO West Warriors Foundation. And they're the ones that take dudes out, if they have disabilities, they get those special wheelchairs that have tracks on them, and they hunt. And they even take veterans on some of those. You've seen the helicopters where they go after the feral hogs and so forth and shoot from helicopters, and just events like that, pheasant hunts, etc., for veterans as part of a thank you and in some cases therapy to help them out. That's Brad Walden. I'm very excited to talk to him. I got indications from multiple people. Hey, Bags, this is the guy you got to talk to about veterans issues. Then, hey, we've got a new cohort in crime, Jeff Rickett. And so Jeff's coming on, and I don't know if I'm letting the cat out of the bag early or not, but he is, it looks like he's going to be our Sunday morning Cowboy State Daily Radio host, as Jake Nichols is Monday through Friday, Bags is on Saturday, and then Jeff Rickett on Sunday mornings, 6 to 10. And I've worked with with Jeff, he is good. I'm afraid the management's going to hear him and go, yeah, let's put him on Saturday too.
I'm watching my back. You weekend guys are gunning for me.
Yeah,
Look at this.
you got nothing to worry about with me. I don't want to work that hard, my friend. I'm already trying to sell real estate and working harder than I expected. Yeah, he's just quality. He did the morning show here for Bighorn Mountain Radio, and I just thought he was tremendous. And so when we said, hey, we're going to, cover, 7 days a week, I was jumped out with, hey, I know a guy.
Yeah.
And Jeff is tremendous. So I'm going to have him on, and we're going to talk. It's probably going to be fun and funny because we can't help, not be serious. We just can't do it. So that's the 8 o'clock. I'd already mentioned that Tris Munsick of Tris Munsick and the Innocents, which I kind of like that handle. He's on at 9 o'clock and bringing his guitar, and we're going to talk about music, and we're going to talk about the rodeo and entertainment and who's good, who's not, who's up and coming. We'll talk a little bit probably about his brother performing the opening act for Cheyenne Frontier Days. With Ian Munsick, Travis Tritt is his warm-up act. That means you've made it up a notch, man.
Actually,
Absolutely.
That's two long-haired country guys. Travis Tritt was known for his flow.
Oh, yeah. And I don't think anybody has longer hair in the business than Ian.
Yeah.
Tris, not so much.
No.
He looks like he just got off the ranch. With the Munsick Ranch, it's just about 20 minutes from here.
Yeah.
He looks like he just finished, pounding post holes or stacking hay, and then jumped up on stage with his guitar and performed. He is, in his own right, extremely talented, and so is his dad. I've seen him and his dad perform together, and I mean, it's just, how does that much talent end up in one family? I don't know. But yeah, so that's the Bags lineup on Saturday. I'm excited about it, and as I said earlier, a little bit nervous too. So if you tune in and there's a little bit of dead air, that's me going, little hi boss. He gave me that first job in Denver in 1989, 88, 89. So I probably owe him a few favors in life. So I hope it goes well. I wish me luck with that.
I'm sure it will. Star-studded lineup coming up tomorrow morning. The Man, Lee Larson, Brad Walden, Jeff Ricketts, Tris Munsick, all on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Bags.
You bet.
Sounds like a good one, dude.
All right, buddy. Have a great weekend, pal.
All right, you too. I'll tune in tomorrow.
Thanks.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on this finally Friday. One more break and we make a run for the finish line, including this day in history next.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily show on a Friday edition. It's the 11th of July, and these things happened on this day. 1862, Postmaster General of the United States orders mail carriers to forego the trail over South Pass in favor of the Overland Trail due to risk of Indian attacks. 1860s, throughout that decade, a lot of hostility, and Postmaster General makes the call, no more South Pass, you're likely to get an arrow in the neck. We're going to go Overland Trail due to risk of Indian attacks. 1904 was Wyoming Day at the centennial celebration of the Louisiana Purchase. St. Louis, Missouri is where they celebrated 1904, the centennial celebration of the Louisiana Purchase. This day, Wyoming Day. 1908, USS Wyoming is renamed the USS Cheyenne. In 1912, on this day, there was flooding in Buffalo, reported by newspapers. 1912, there almost could have been flooding in Buffalo again on this day. Sheridan had a little bit of more water than they can take, and it's raining there now, so says John Baggett. Electricity finally makes its way to Dayton and Ranchester. Speaking of Ranchester, that's so interesting. Today, right now, in about a little over an hour, there's going to be the ribbon cutting at the Brook Mine, Ramaco's Brook Mine, the revolutionary mine, the first in 7 decades in the United States to mine rare earth. It's going to be a sort of a combo rare earth soft coal mining where they'll extract rare earths out of the coal. Sort of a double whammy, a win-win, I guess. It's a win all around. And the U.S. Secretary of Energy is going to be there, Chris Wright, along with Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who we had on the show earlier, said she'll be there. They're all going to hold a giant pair of scissors, right, and cut a ribbon on this mine. This is a huge historic moment and big good news for Wyoming. That ribbon cutting scheduled, I think, at 11. Well over 200 will be on hand. The governor's going to be there, Governor Mark Gordon, all kinds of dignitaries, and hopefully it won't rain on them too much. But It's interesting that the day this is happening is also the day that electricity first came to Ranchester, 1931. Can you imagine? 1930 Ranchester, you still didn't have electricity. 1930. Wow. I mean, Ranchester is not a big city, but they certainly sitting on enough coal to make electricity. This day, 1931, Dayton and Ranchester first get electricity. And that's it. Yeah, all these things happen on this day in history. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo in northern Wyoming. Today, a conversation with five-time national finalist Rusty Wright from the famous Wright family. He's gone through his struggles both professionally and personally, but boy, he is in a good place now. We'll talk about that on the Roadshow. Rusty Wright coming up next.
Cattle producers, Superior Livestock's Video Royale is right around the corner. Join them in Winnemucca, Nevada, July 28th through August 1st for one of Superior's most anticipated summer auctions where Western cattle country meets nationwide buying power. Consignment deadline is July 11th. It's your chance to market your cattle on a trusted coast-to-coast platform with unmatched visibility and results. Find a rep near you and consign today at superiorlivestock.com.
Good news, beef producers. Consumers' opinions and preferences on beef are becoming more transparent month after month. Your checkoff dollar supports state-of-the-art research that taps into thousands of consumers' eating habits every month to track modern trends in meat demand and other proteins. With this knowledge, the Beef Checkoff can invest your dollars more wisely in future projects, empower the industry, and strengthen beef's place in the market. Get the full story at yourdollardoes.com. Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
Rodeo Roadshow today, part of the famous Wright family, and anytime you get a chance to sit down with a Wright, you ought to take it. And so I caught up with Rusty Wright. He's a five-time national finalist, top 20 in the world right now. And you know what, Rusty, I'm so glad to see you healthy and riding good.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's nice to be back healthy and feeling myself.
Yeah, man, you look in shape. I mean, you've lost a lot of weight and all that stuff. That makes a difference, right?
Yeah, it really does. I quit drinking completely. It made me lose a bunch of weight, and then I've been throwing breakaway saddles on and off. So that's been the real thing getting me in shape.
Talk about that. Why have you been throwing breakaway saddles on?
My fiance Haley Keaty, she's a breakaway roper, so I've been traveling with her, and I guess being what do they call it? I better not say what they've been calling me, but I've been barn help. No, but it's been keeping me loose. I don't even have to stretch or warm up for the bronc ride.
Rusty Wright, the oldest of five kids of two-time world champion Cody Wright and his mom Cherie. We'll talk about those folks as we progress through this conversation with Rusty Wright on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, and we're in the final moments, the last lap here on a Finally Friday. This story from Claire McFarland. Two more girls have come forward saying they too were molested by the Moorcroft church molester. This is Charles Massey, goes by the name Chuck. If you've been following this story, Chuck Massey, 64-year-old, during trying to remember, he was doing some kind of interview with a counselor when he just all of a sudden blurted out, confessed to the counselor, quote, "I'm the terrible one," and then recounted incidents where he, I guess, admitted to sexually inappropriate behavior with these girls during church, and yeah, it's cringe, definitely cringe. In a related note, also oddness, Claire McFarland was able to uncover that he has a brother in Minnesota that did the same thing. And we don't have to say allegedly there. He was sentenced to doing very similar things, inappropriate touching, etc. And yeah, it's weird. So anyway, Chuck Massey has pleaded not guilty Thursday in Gillette to a total of 9 charges. He originally faced up to 81 years in prison, but now with these 2 more girls who have come forward, sort of a Me Too Wyoming moment, he could be looking at up to 156 years. I think the not guilty plea is just, this is someone who's already semi-confessed to it, during that counseling session. So I think the not guilty is just what your lawyer makes you do. And yeah, I don't know where this one is headed, but I think Chuck Massey had it right when he said, "I'm the terrible one," supposedly during a counseling session. Congrats to Mary Throne. She's got a new job. We're going to try to get Mary on the show next week. She goes from Wyoming Public Service Commissioner to getting a job with the folks at Prometheus Hyperscale. That's the outfit behind the new data center project in western Wyoming, and they tapped Mary Throne to be kind of their spokesperson, and which is great because there's so many things I don't know about data centers that I want to learn. And Mary's going to start this new job beginning August 4th. She thanked the governor for the job at the Wyoming Public Service, where she's the commissioner, and she'll be picking up the new work now with data centers. She said, "I love the job I have now. I certainly appreciate Governor Gordon giving me the opportunity over the last several years to be commissioner, but Prometheus is just an exciting opportunity for Wyoming," Mary Throne said. "We have so much energy, so much potential. It'll be exciting to see this project come to fruition." So Mary Throne, now the spokesperson. What is the official job title? I'm not sure, but I think she's just going to handle all things Prometheus that concern data centers. And I have got to get her on the show so I can learn more about data centers. Casper's got a new $7.3 million cardio lab that'll save people hours of travel for simple treatments, currently manned 4 days a week by some professionals from Colorado, which I think speaks to the Wyoming's lack of these kinds of specialists. The hospital opened its new electrophysiology department lab. Let's just call it EP. Was opened in June, staffed by 2 Colorado-based doctors, each working 4 days a month. As demand grows, services will be expanded. Services like, let's say AFib, atrial fibrillation, which is a common problem. 1 in 4 people will develop that condition of AFib. As you get into your 70s and 80s, the elderly, AFib is essentially when your chambers are not beating in sync. The 2 chambers, upper chambers, will beat irregularly compared with the 2 lower chambers. You'll be out of sync. Symptoms may include faster heartbeat overall, fluttering, feeling, chest pain, dizziness, fatigue, lightheadedness, weakness. We all heard this term AFib, and rightly so. I mean, it's pretty pretty common. I mean, 1 in 4 people will suffer from AFib. What we're seeing now and what this cardio facility is seeing is people come to the clinic saying, my watch sent me here. It's so weird. Apple Watches and other smart device watches actually monitor your heart in real time and may give you a warning, AFib. Now, they're correct only about 34% of the time. Still, when Apple Watch says you got AFib going on, you should go see somebody, 34% of the time it's correct. And the experts say he's noticed 10 to 15% of his clients who come in say it's because of their watch, indicating that they may need attention with their heart. AFib is so crazy that your Apple Watch is watching you. And finally, on one last note, did you see this? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, claims that she grew up tough in the Bronx. She's a Bronx girl. The New York Post has uncovered information that she may have grew up in high school in Westchester County, which is not the Bronx. Far from the Bronx. It's more of a residential area. Is she really a tough Bronx girl, or is she pulling one on us? We're out of time this weekend. Have a great weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.